Charlotte Motor Speedway. They're lean, they're mean, they're 5 to 7 horses, a man and machine. They're 4 wide before they start to slip and slide. The Coast to Coast Racing League 350A Modifieds, Pro Late Models, and the 360 Sprint Cars. Well, it's the week that we look forward to every spring in the Coast to Coast Racing League. We're at the Steel Palace. It's now the Clay Palace. Oswego Speedway here in Central New York. It is Super Dirt Modified Week presented by DIRTcar Racing as we get set to honor Honor House based in British Columbia. It's night one of Super Dirt Modified Week. The 358s and the big blocks are set to go qualifying along with heat races later on tonight. We're so glad you could join us here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network for what's going to be a fun week of action. Marty Sakala with you. I'm joined alongside its normal Shaggy Zach Chapman, and below us, the voice of Mohawk and Cornwall Motor Speedway, Robert Hill Jr. joined us. Zach, I'll get to you just a bit. Robert, thanks for joining us here all week. You are looking forward to a treat. I know you got some experience on iRacing as well from commentating and producing, so you know what Oswego is like on this sim.
Yeah, Oswego is one of those places that's just so fun to get out here. There's a lot of history around this racetrack, and it's always complicated for guys that haven't raced here before. So we have an exciting 3 days ahead of us, and I can't wait to get started here tonight.
Zach, what a job that our buddy Dean Reynolds has done setting this up. Obviously, he's the main guy in charge of DIRTcar Northeast, but also a big iRacer. He's the one that set up this event, and we got a huge entry list. It's not Super Dirt Week level, but on iRacing it is definitely in the Super Dirt Week level with just over 50-60 cars joining us here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we always do a good job here on Charity Night, but let's be honest, it had been dipping. It had been down in the high 20s, low 30s, and the way Dean kind of got the boys together, rallied the troops, man, you said it, pushing 60 entries, and tonight, right now, I think we're looking at 45 guys in this session. So, I mean, to get that many to show up here and the other guys, hats off to you for donating to such a great cause. we're really looking forward to an amazing week of racing here.
Absolutely, and of course, you can continue to donate to Honor House. Feel free to donate more. For more info, go to C2CRL.com and click on Super Dirt Modified Week. Will take you to our charity page. Here's how the format of the night is going to go. Of course, we'll begin with our qualifying sessions of 358s and the big blocks, each driver getting 2 laps in the span of 2-3 minutes. We will take the top 6 drivers. They are into the show. Then we will have, I don't know if we're still doing the provisional races. Stay tuned on that for further updates. But then we'll also have our 358 and big block heats. They are each 20 laps. We are taking the top 6 at least that will transfer in. If, though, 2 of the drivers, you'll guarantee to have 2 drivers that are from qualifying. If they are in the top 6, well, then move things back top 7 or up to the top 8. We'll let you know what goes on. But let's talk about the Oswego Speedway, home of Super Dirt Week. This year will actually be 10 years actually 9 years to the first Super Dirt Week run at Oswego in 2016. This 5/8 mile is put on a treat when it comes to passing and stuff. Last year, Robert, as you know, was our first Super Dirt Week on a Saturday night under the lights, and that did not disappoint.
Yeah, it never disappoints down here. You get the best of the best heading down to Oswego. Formerly, they would go down to Syracuse, and now, obviously, here at the Clay Palace. And I'm really excited once again to see what these guys can do this upcoming season. A lot of strong cars out of the gates in the early going of this season, and a lot of guys just about to get started this weekend. A couple tracks kicking off. Brockville, Cornwall up here in the Canadian side of things, and we'll see what those drivers have in store for us a little bit later on this season. But always exciting at Super Dirt Week down there at Oswego.
Zach, let's talk about the drivers who we need to watch out for closely. And if you're a coast-to-coast regular, as we're getting set to go here with qualifying, if you're a coast-to-coast regular, you know there's 2 dominant teams in the modifieds. That, of course, is Venom and Full Throttle Motorsports.
Yeah, I'm glancing over at the list. I want to say keep an eye out on that guy. Well, we were talking about Isaac Salas, but it doesn't look like he's here right now. He registered, so maybe going to have to race his way in through the qualifiers. But, man, you got to keep an eye out for – I know he's not going to maybe be the most popular FTM driver, but keep an eye out on Clay Christopherson tonight. I think he's my favorite. Luck. He really wants to get himself in the top 6 here, guarantee himself in the show.
Well, let's get qualifying here for Super Dirt Modified Week. Top 6 drivers and laps here for the 358s are locked into the show. Their positions are not locked. We'll have a pole shuffle going on later this week. So your favorite drivers at the bottom of the screen, you can see how they progress here in qualifying, while the entire field is on the top left. So here is Zanacker in the number 143. Driving for Venom Racing. He'll likely set the bar here in qualifying. Also got Jason Butterfield. That will be one of the second drivers here that will set a lap here. First lap on the board for Scott Zanacker. He goes with a 19.354. Jason Butterfield second quick, 19.448, and his 358. But the Magic Ant-Man currently quickest. Anthony Morano, 19.185. Joseph Grandy quickest amongst all drivers in Sector 1. Huntergren goes 19.419. We'll see if we can improve here. Normally lap 1, drivers will all be in the green, but we got a quick time. Matt Barber in the number 16, 19.18, but the Sam Honda just one up Tim Sam Bachman, 19.155. Brian Moore Sr., quickest of all drivers in Sector 2, 19.322. That's good for 5th quickest on the charts. We'll see if we can improve. Blake Chapman, Renegade points leader on Monday nights. He's 4th quickest, 19.235. Lap times for the top 2. Not quick enough to beat their first laps. Here's the salesman off for turn number 4, making the surprise entrance into the modified portion this evening. Another quick time. This time it's Chad Lackey in the 91. He goes 19.140, 15 thousandths better than the Sam Honda. You also got the Philly.
But Chad there, Marty. Absolutely blistering pace by the 91 machine. One of my local guys here, just up the road in Stittsville, Ontario, and he's showing some great pace out of the gates here.
Lackey and Giroux unable to convert on their second lap, but came oh so close. Here's Slide Job Scotty. Scott Rayome, 7th quickest, got his first ever Rebels win last Monday night in what you could consider an upset. His second lap time better in Sector 1 and just a bit better 19.266 correction was just off the mark. Brian Lawson, 6th. And here's Joey Ladaseur, 2nd quick at a 19.146. Robert, that's a Cornwall regular for you.
Absolutely. Joey Ladisher, champion in the pro stocks, up there in the modifieds now here at the Cornwall Motor Speedway out of Alexandria, Ontario. His son, Tristan, a very strong driver as well. Not going to be in the field with us here this week, but Joey, really, really good pace there early on. 2 locals, Lackey and Ladisher, leading the way here, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the races. Obviously, qualifying pace is one thing, sustaining it in the race is another, and these 2 guys are definitely going to have their work cut out for them a little bit later on.
Mike Brewer cannot improve on his time. Doesn't look like the same for Brandon Dittmer, but William Watson here. Zach, 5th quickest on lap number 1, 19.165.
Yeah, we call him Bart. Marty, an old teammate of mine from years ago. It's good to see William link back up with the FTM guys, and, man, showing he's got the pace, putting himself inside the top 6, not firm. Still a couple guys left to go, but looking pretty good there for the 88.
In fact, every driver has qualified, so that is going to do it here for qualifying. And the top 6 are in the show. Chad Lackey, Joey Ladaseur, Sam Bachman, Trevor Giroux, William Watson, and Blake Chapman are in. Their positions or not, but we'll see where they start tomorrow in the pole shuffle. Lackey quickest, 19.140, 6 thousandths quicker than Joey Ladaseur at a 19.146. Sam Bachman 3rd, 19.155. Trevor Giroux 4th, 19.165, tied with Watson. Blake Chapman rounds out your top 6 at a 19.169, followed by Brian Lawson, Matt Barber, Mike Brewer, and Anthony Morano. But this field, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Ladaseur, you say. Do you know how many times I called him in the FTM league and said, Le Douce, trying to make it French? I can't believe no one ever chimed in and corrected me. Man, I fell flat on my face there like 6 weeks straight.
That's a name that really gets drilled into your head up here at the Cornwall Motor Speedway. There's probably about 7 of them that race across all series. Joey, Lee, Tristan, Trey, Liam, Brianna, so many different Ladiseurs out there on the racetrack, and they're not all related. Most of them are, but it's just a very common Canadian French name that, Zach, I'm glad you now know how to say it.
Yeah, that's one I'm not going to forget now. The 3-time challenge, it's in the brain now.
Full results popping up here on your screen. Again, you see the top 6 drivers all locked in. Other notables, Anthony Morano, who won the Coast to Coast 200 with the big blocks, was 10th quickest in qualifying. Scott Rayome in 13th, excuse me. Dylan Kinsey, 15th. Dean Reynolds, 16th. We're looking amongst the Coast to Coast regulars. You see Joseph Grandy there down in 20th. Justin Sick returning to Coast action for the charity race, 25th quickest in qualifying. As you look down at some of the rest of the field, as there are the final few drivers in the bottom of the charts here. So, but a good start here. We'll put it back on the regular chat here. So, Robert, early thoughts here. As the Canadian here, you got 3 of the top 6 spots in.
Yeah, we got a handful of guys up there inside the top 10. I saw some good pace out of Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber, early on as well. Qualified up inside the top 10, which will set him up nicely for the heat races coming up a little bit later on. And, of course, like we mentioned, Chad Lackey, Joey Ladiseur, their top 2 on speed. Again, we'll see how those heat races and pole shuffles go for them. But really good pace out of the gates. And one thing that I was really impressed with is the majority of the field within about a half second of each other. So the talent all throughout, 40-plus guys out here, everyone within reach of each other.
Fixed setups can definitely do that for sure. So very tight amongst the front of the field here in qualifying. Going through the results here as we look, Zach, bear with me. I got them all locked up here on my phone. Blake Chapman, look, our sprint car guy, pretty good and modified right now. Just got the final spot, but how about Brian Lawson, 7th quick? Didn't get himself locked into the show, but looking like possibly he could get himself in a transfer spot. A much better spot than I think a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I felt for Brian. I truly did when William kind of kicked him out there, the top 6. Brian definitely, we're being honest, wasn't one of those guys on the bingo card, I don't think, for the top 6. And the fact that he put it so close, he's going to be super happy. But at the same time, Marty, he's going to be rethinking that lap, wondering, could I got a 10th here or there? And he's just got to shake it off here and get ready to go race.
So a bunch of drivers have traded in the small block for the big block temporarily. We will get all this loaded for you here, as well as the training paint scheme. Bear with is going to say, looking for a game to capture. Don't worry, that will just last a second. There we go. All is good. Don't worry. If you're watching, by the way, on the Coast to Coast Racing Network and Slide Job Racing Network, thanks for joining us. 70 viewers on a qualifying night. Heck yes, that is awesome. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. We'll be checking in on chat throughout the night. Rick, Paul, Kevin, Barry, Corey, all checking in. Tyler's excited for a good time. Same with Dino. Justin checking in, rooting for Dean, as well as Dickinson. Dean the Bean Reynolds. That's a unique nickname. Let's see here. Susie and Tyler all checking in as we are ready to go here, as I believe the paint schemes, most of them just getting updated here in trading paints. Remember, bear with us. There's 45 guys here, so we're getting set to go here for our next qualifying session. Murano right now the quickest in the big block in practice at an 18.14. Was surprising to see Murano go 14th quick in that session, Zach.
Yeah, I was down there hanging out with him a little bit, and I love you, Anthony, but he's been whining, Marty. He's been working 12-hour shifts again. I think he's a little tired, so he might be shooken up a little bit. Maybe he needs to get a little more rest. Anthony, I think he'll get back into the swing of things here. You see him tearing it up there in practice. He'll be right back here. He'll be right back.
Robert, we saw, I believe, Matt Barber at a time or two crack the top of the charts. Right now, second quick. Talk to me about Matt Barber, what he brings.
Matt Barber, as his nickname suggests, brings a lot of excitement to the racetrack. This guy's not afraid to throw the big, juicy sliders out there. Get in there, stick the nose down where maybe it doesn't fit, and try to get himself more positions out there. But he's also a very smart driver. Matt's not necessarily going to tear the car up, but he's going to do whatever he can to get up there and battle it out for the top spot. For those up in the Northeast, they'll see Matt in a sportsman car regularly at the Cornwall Motor Speedway, the Brockville, Ontario Speedway. Also gets behind the wheel of an Eastern Ontario vintage stock car. So he's kind of a man of all crafts out there. Gets behind multiple race cars, competes, wins in both of them, and definitely excited to see what the season has ahead for him. But so far here tonight, showing great pace in both the 358 and the big block. First in practice in the 358, second right now, not by much in the big block. So Matt Barber bringing pace here early on.
Apologies if we're having any technical difficulties on the stream. Hopefully we're going to try and get that fixed here as soon as possible. Not too sure what is going on. Maybe because we just had to join in a different server. But Zach, while we are at it, let's talk about as well the driver of the 39 here, Mike Brewer. Good lap for him, 9th quickest in the session at a 19.18.
Yeah, Mike Brewer, I was calling a Friday night Pro Late Model League, and Mike Brewer is actually the champion of that. And I know the Pro Late Model's a little different here than the big blocks, but you're going to have your similarities. You can't play around with the throttle. You got to be good to it. If you just want to mash it, you're going to go nowhere. You're going to spin those tires, and you're going to tear up those tires. And when we get to the 100 lapper, you're going to need all the grip you can use. So Mike's kind of a guy who, if he can't qualify himself in the top 6 tonight, look for him to kind of play it safe here in the longer events, hang out in the back, and then work his way to the front. So I think Brewer definitely going to try to qualify for the top 6, but as much as I want to say he's got that quick one-lap pace, normally he's kind of a long-distance runner, normally not towards the top of the charts, but keep an eye out on that 390.
As we wait to get going here, without
perfect, Marty, because
awesome.
I'm in Coast to Coast YouTube, and everything's good.
Awesome. Yeah, all my stuff is looking good here too. So apologies for that, but looks like we got everything fixed up here. Again, all proceeds, by the way, for tonight are going, for this entire week, I should say, are going towards Honor House. Honor House, a refuge home away from home for members of our Canadian Armed Forces, veterans, emergency services personnel, and their families to stay completely free of charge while they're receiving medical care and treatment in the Metro Vancouver area. These brave individuals, along with families, sacrifice so much on a daily basis to protect our freedom and our everyday way of life. Honor House allows us the opportunity to show them that we care and how much we appreciate all that they do for us. As we await to get the second session underway, we'll be right on board with a couple of drivers here this evening. I will show them here on your screen in our mosaic view. There they are. You got Brandon Dittmer, Rick Main, and Trevor Giroux. We'll be checking in with them all throughout the night tonight. Looks like the field is pulling on in, and we are just about ready to go here for big block time trials. Again, Morano the quickest here, 18.142 in the practice session, followed by Matt Barber in second. You got Sam Bachman riding the third spot, 18.17. Chad Lackey fourth, and Mike Brewer rounding out the top five.
Now, good luck, Marty, but I told you, we had 45 people in the small block.
Yeah.
46 in this one. So
Holy moly.
Good luck telling me who is the one person that got added. But, man, that'd be a fun game for the people out there.
Yeah, cue Motorhead. Cue Motorhead. Time to play the game. Well, Robert knows this, but in CRSA, that's our 4-wide salute song. So... Doyle saying, yeah, broadcast is stuttering, lagging, maybe due to the paint. So that's probably the case, especially when you have 45 cars. I've had to deal with that before. So want to thank as well some of our. Nope, actually, hold that thought. We are ready to go here for big block modified qualifying here. Again, top 6 drivers are locked into the show. About to find out what happens here. 5 minutes on the clock here in qualifying. First driver watch on the racetrack. Let's pull out the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer in the 83, and we're going to go on board with him here in this session of qualifying. Here comes Dittmer off of turn number 4. As he sets
now, the pressure's on now. Hit the wall lap number 1. He's got to be perfect here. He makes a mistake, he's not even going to get a lap.
Absolutely. That'll put him to the rear here. Jason Butterfield currently quickest, 19.19. Dylan Kinsey, though, puts her to the top at a 19.070. Brian Moore Sr. now goes quick time at a 19.003. Who will break the 19-second barrier first, though, is the question. Kinsey, 19.08. We'll see if he can better that off for turn number 4. We'll keep an eye on any purple that pops up. Joseph Grandy second quick on lap 2. Goes with a 19.018. There it is. Trevor Giroux, the Philly Flyer, to the top. 18.953. Let's go to the Bird to Beast. Jeff Barker, 12th quickest. Scott Rayol now up to 4th here in qualifying.
Even faster around the second time for Trevor. 18.8 this time. Wow.
Yeah, much better lap time for him. Sam Bachman off of turn number 4. Does he have a better lap in him? He does not. 19.03 on lap number 2. Alex Pomelo, though, 17th quickest on lap 1 of 19.22. He's been pretty good with the big block lately. Goes up to 12th, 19.143 for Pomelo. Brody Plotz in the 96. Robin, I guess you know something about him. 1902 on lap 1.
Yeah, Brody, another one of the Canadian drivers up here coming out of Prescott, Ontario. He's more on the media side of things. Takes a lot of great shots. You'll see his Irishi Media on Facebook and all over social media. Check him out for sure. Brody, one of those guys to watch here tonight. Matt Barber just put in a pretty good time there as well. 7th quick on his first lap. We'll see if he picks up on lap number 2. And Chad Lackey, the quickest car from the 358 modified qualifying, going 2nd here in the big block. So the Canadians with some really good pace here out of the gates.
Barber cannot put it in the top 6. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, that's the dream for Chad. I mean, you talk about an easy week. You show up for those pole shuffles and then show up for the feature. Chad doing it right here in the 91.
That's Dylan Silter in the 71. Goes 33rd on lap number 1. Dean Reynolds across the line after 1 lap. 6 quick for Dino. 1901 day. He's tied with Joseph Grandy. I think the tiebreaker, I'm not too sure how it would be set, either I rating or it would be thanks to, or it could be thanks to Grandy getting it first. But regardless, Reynolds looking to get better on lap number 2. Doesn't. 1903-1. As of right now, Dean Reynolds 6th in the show. Here comes Logan Wensoff for turn 4. Final driver to qualify here. And he goes 1945 on lap number 2. So with that being said, Trevor Giroux makes it into the show, followed by Chad Lackey, Brian Moore Sr., Sam Bachman, Brody Plotz, and Dean Reynolds, your top 6. What a qualifying for the big blocks here, guys.
What a handsome guy, but get rid of that Flyers flag, Trevor. What are you doing?
Yeah, I agree, too. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, too. I mean, I'm an Ottawa Senators fan. At least we made the playoffs this year, but those Flyer flags definitely need to go. But what a clutch performance by Dean Reynolds there in the closing stages of qualifying, coming in, putting himself in that pole shootout with 19.018. And again, those times are so close, but Trevor Giroux seemed to find that extra little bit out there, over a 10th quicker than second place Chad Lackey.
Absolutely. So we'll let the session wrap up before we give you the full results here from qualifying. And don't forget, we've got 350, I believe, heat races are coming up next here in just a matter of moments, so we'll have to step aside, go to break. We'll try maybe as well to figure out the technical gremlins. Apologies on those issues. I think it may be the car count we got here tonight.
Yeah, and Marty, next we got the veterans and first responders race.
So that is coming up
20 laps.
next. The Vets and First Responders Provisional.
Yep.
All right.
And then we got the volunteers after that, and then we'll be going on to heat races.
Okay.
I think it'll give them some time to set the grids.
Absolutely. So here's how they look. Giroux quickest, 18.878 by a 1/10 of a second on Chad Lackey. That's saying something right there for the Philly Flyers. Some notables here. Grandy Goods, 7th place run. Scott Rayon breaking the top 10. Mike Brewer in 9th. Looking as well throughout the rest of the field here. Bud Molyneux, nice lap for him. Get up for him in 15th. Well done of a lap. Morano, surprisingly, 18th in qualifying. And again, that's your Coast to Coast 200 champion back on New Year's Eve. Blake Chapman going 21st. Brian Lawson, after 7th quick with the 358, goes 27th in the big block. And there is the rest of the field. So we will step aside, take our first break of the evening. When we come back, we will have the Vets and First Responders Provisional. So stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Oh, wait, hang on. Do we have something? Nope. Never mind. All right, we'll step aside here. Stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a
bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight when we talked about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, continuing on with night 1 of Super Dirt Modified Week. It's qualifying night here as we get ready to go for our first provisional race of the night. It's our Vets and First Responders race provisional. But before we begin, let's bring in our man, the Philly Flyer here, Trevor Giroux. Trevor, 4th quick in the modified, but more importantly, quick time of the big block. You are in the show for both features, my friend. Take me through that big block lap. You were a 10th quicker than the rest of the field.
Two.
Where did you feel your car was planted a lot better? 1 and 2 or 3 and 4?
Probably I would say probably 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I might get them mixed up, but one of them was just crazy bumpy coming out of the corner. I think it was out of 3 and 4. It was just, I mean, halfway down the front stretch or the back stretch, it feels like your rear tires aren't even touching the ground. It's so bumpy. So I think it was 3 and 4. So I definitely felt a little better in 1 and 2. And for this being fixed setup, I mean, the car felt actually really good. Felt like it had a lot of grip. So we'll see what it does come feature time.
Robert, Zach, you guys got anything?
Well, Trevor, I mean, do you sit around tonight? Do you help spot for the boys, or what's the rest of the night entail? Is your fiance expect you to get off now?
No, I told her it might be a late night. She's in the loop. She knows what's going on, and she's probably watching. But yeah, I'll stick around for the boys. I know we got a few guys that are going to be in some heats. So yeah, definitely stick around and spot, do what I got to do, hang out with the fellas.
And Trevor, for those that might not know all these guys in the field, who are a couple of guys that you're keeping your eye on, seeing what they're doing throughout the heat races here tonight, and looking ahead to tomorrow as well?
You know what? There's quite a few. I mean, I'm gonna pull up the results here just so I can get some names. But I mean, if I'm going outside of FTM, I mean Blake Chapman, Justin Sick, Brandon Dittmer, Brian Lawson. I know he's a little deep, but don't count him out. He's fast. There's definitely a handful of guys that can probably win this thing and definitely make a name for themselves. Whether they win it or not, they can definitely put on a good show. Matt Barber is another one. Ryland Banks is pretty good. Like this is definitely a stacked field. I definitely wouldn't sleep on this field at all.
Well, Trevor, before we let you go, who do you want to give shout-outs to?
Just all the guys at FTM, man. It's I've definitely been seeing improvements in my ability to race at these tracks. I'm not all comfortable with especially Oswego, and it's really nice to be on a team where it's there's so many guys on here that can win on any given night and just relay that important information on what it takes to win at certain tracks, and so shout out to all those guys. Since I've been here, it's been nothing but great, and obviously Dean Reynolds for putting all this stuff on. He's a sponsor on the car too, so shout out Dean big time, and shout out you guys for putting all this this broadcast on and helping out and doing what you got to do. We really appreciate it. So looking forward to I think it ends Thursday, so looking forward to Thursday here.
Well, Trevor, appreciate you taking some time. We will see you later on for heat races tonight. But meanwhile, kick back, relax, and enjoy what we got coming up here.
Thanks, guys.
It's the Philly Flyer, Trevor Giroux. Pole sitter for, quickest in the big blocks. He'll be battling in both pole shuffles in the 358 and the big blocks. Not official yet. Check in the chat, see, by the way, should mention, Giroux, always jealous of the streaming PC. Check in the chat here. J-Train checking in. Thanks for joining us here this evening. Tyler says Trevor put that Canadian maple syrup on his tires for grip. Let's see here. Tyler says, he also says Trevor's a beautiful man. He refuses to invite me to his wedding, though. We never got invites either. What the heck? And Dino says, what Canadian roots for an American hockey team? And J-Train appreciates the shout-out as well. So, all right, let's set the scene here for this. This is our Vets and First Responders Provisional. These are drivers that are veterans or first responders, whether they're in the United States or Canada, that we thank for their service and commitment to our country. They're practicing right now, then they will qualify, and then they will race for 20 laps. Winner will get the provisional for right now to make the feature. If that winner makes it in through a heat race, if they better their position or whatnot, then the next driver will be in the show. So we'll keep you posted on all of that. Let's talk about the drivers we got in the field here. Right now we've got 7 with us. That is Scott Rayom, Slide Job Scotty, just coming off that win in the Rebels Monday night at Charlotte. Then it's Brian Lawson, Scott Zinacker, Andy Patton, Chase Matsko, John Tobias, and the Brutes Beast, Jeff Barker. All joining us here for this Vets and First Responders provisional race. I think without question, first guy you got to watch out for here, Zach, is Scotty.
Yeah, that 444, man, he's going to be up there towards the top. He always is, and he's probably going to have Isaac in his ear here, guiding him through qualifying, telling him where to go. But another guy I know, I mean, let's be honest. In the past, he was kind of running around where I was, but that 513, man, the Brewerton Beast, dude, Jeff Barker has gotten some serious speed lately, and you cannot sleep on that guy. He's going to be quick tonight.
Robert, any of these guys you know that you're keeping an eye on?
I'm not very familiar with most of these guys, but I saw some good pace out of Scott Zinacker earlier on in practice and qualifying. So look forward to seeing what he can do here in this provisional race. Maybe get up there and snag himself a checkered flag to kick off the Super Dirt Modified week here on Coast to Coast Racing League. So we'll see what these guys have for us, but a nice little appetizer to all the rest of the great racing we have coming up this week.
Do you want to mention?
Marty and I should tell you too, because we've been in this situation before. Now, while you can win this thing, you guarantee yourself, but man, we're always watching the battle for second and third too, because some of these guys might race their way in through the heats. This is a start at the end of the field type thing, so this is just kind of guarantee yourself in, but you got to watch all throughout the field, not just the battle for the lead.
So, as qualifying begins, while we wait to get the first laps here on track, we do have some door prizes. All the drivers that are that have entered are eligible to door prizes. Thanks to some of these guys for putting up door prizes. Vertex Graphics putting up a free wrap. The Brewerton Speedway and Fulton Speedway each point up 4 admission tickets to an event we suggest either Super DIRTcar Series, Summerfest, or maybe even a CRSA night. Who knows? Dino put up a Super Dirt Week prize pack. It's awesome to see. Just Racing Boys Designs a free wrap. Regal Promotions Esports free entry to any of their events. Grand Slam Graphics with a free wrap, and the same for Finish Line Design. So, qualifying underway. There's Barker, the 513. We'll watch Scott Rayome as he slings his way through turns number 3 and 4.
Yeah, Scotty looked good there through the center, but was fighting it a little bit coming off. You could see him kind of have to dog out of that throttle a little bit. He's going to go back, try to hit his marks here. And looky-who at the top of the charts. Not for long, though. Look at Brian Lawson by a 10th, guys.
The Venom Racing number 9, 19,286. Let's see if Jeff Barker can improve on that. He's purple in Sector 1. Scott Rayome purple in Sector 2. To the top, Rayome, 19,199. Barker, meanwhile, did he improve? He did, but up to third, 19,316. Scott Zinacker making his way off of turn number 4. He's better in Sector 1, off of turn 4. This could be a better lap. We'll have to see. It's not 19,382, off by a couple thousand. So, that is how the 7 cars will line up here. And with that, we can advance directly to our first race of the night here in our Vets and First Responders race. So with our first race ready to go, let's meet the field and give you the starting lineup. Row number 1, we've got the 4 slide job Scott Rayome, and the Full Throttle Motorsports ride who is outside the Venom Racing number 9 of Brian Lawson. Zach, give us row 2.
The Brewerton Beast to the inside of row 2. To the outside, the 143 is Scott Zinacker.
Robert, row 3.
Row number 3 coming out of Michigan, driving the number 21 machine. It's John Tobias, and to his outside, the 26 of Chase Matsko.
Final driver on the grid here for heat race number 1, the General Andy Patton, making up the caboose of the field. So here's the scoop here in tonight's feature in this first race of the night. 20 laps. Winner gets the provisional for the vets, off the Vets and First Responders, and is in the feature. As the sun is starting to set here at the Clay Palace of Oswego Speedway. Looking forward to Super Dirt Week 53 later this October.
I'd go, but I want to see Dino on the tractor dumping the dirt, you know, a couple days before. I want that to
Come
be
in
part of the
September.
track.
You got to come in September for that. That's a lot of fun when they do that after Classic weekend. Anyway, pace truck on pit road. Field making their way through turns number 3 and 4. We are set for the first Flatline Racing Bodies green flag of the night. Scott Rayone, Brian Lawson, pair of 358 modified veterans off at turn number 4. The green flag waves. We're underway. 2 by 2 through the center of 1 and 2. Rayome trying to clear Brian Lawson, and that's the case. Meanwhile, a stack up there. Chase Matsko getting loose in the number 26, luckily able to hang on to it. Here come the field, single file through turns number 3 and 4. Scott Rayome leads lap number 1 with Lawson in second. Zinacre, though, with company for third. Here comes Robert. Jeff Barker underneath. They nearly touch.
Yeah, Jeff Barker taking a look to the inside there. Scott Zinacre into the outside wall. Gonna lose that third spot, falls back to fourth.
Oh,
Barker
trouble.
goes for a big slider. Oh, no.
Nice save
Like
from...
issues for Matsko.
Yeah, John Tobias as well, that 21. Able to keep her straight. Luckily, no harm, no foul. We stay green, but Zach Zinacre wants third.
Yeah, Scotty looking back low here, trying to make it work. Didn't give the Brute to Beast much room here. He should be able to slide up and shut the door, no problem. Back to P3.
Still, though, all Scott Rayome at the moment here. 0.6 of a second lead, Robert.
Yeah, Scott Rayone with a really good start to this one. 0.6 of a second with 17 laps to go over Brian Lawson. Lawson has put some space between himself and Scott Zinacre as well as Jeff Barker continuing to hound him for that third position. Barker looking high, looking low, not quite able to get there as of yet, but Rayome, Lawson, Zinacre, Barker, and Patton, your top 5 here with 16 to go.
Normally in this 358, early on with the track is like this, low line the place to be, but it'll get higher and higher and higher as the track goes on. Barker trying to search for options here on Zinacre, but nothing clearly just working in this battle for the bottom step of the podium. We're a quarter of the way through, 5 down, 15 to go. Barker stepping on the gas, takes a peek, pulls up to the door. They're drag racing to turn number 3 for third. Zinacre, though, on the gas first in the center of the corner. Can Barker grab some bite here at the stripe? Zach Zinacre edging out.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where you kind of touched on it. Not a lot of guys here, green track, so you are fighting for that bottom lane, and Jeff's got to play the game. You know, he's trying to drive in a little higher. Maybe hope Scotty's looking in that mirror, going to slide up and protect, and Jeff's got to try to cut underneath. Not much you can do here for probably maybe 5 to 10 more laps, and then we may see the top develop.
See the top speeds here around 120 miles an hour, but Rayome, the quickest car on the track, at a 19.188, 8 laps complete, leading by 1.4 seconds on Brian Lawson as things stand. Just about half a straightaway, he's got the advantage on. Cool story too, Zach. Yesterday at Charlotte. Unfortunately, it was on the brunt end for you after you got taken out while leading. But Scott picking up his first ever win in a sprint car in coast to coast. That is pretty dang cool.
No, I literally went down there to kind of celebrate with the boys. Couldn't have happened to a better guy. I was pumped. Scott got it, and yeah, sometimes, you know, that's the way it goes, Marty. You're going to be on the bad end of the stick, but I've been the guy delivering that end of the stick plenty of times. So what goes around comes around, and probably I may have deserved it.
Zinacre still running third, and a car yesterday he drove a blue car that looked a lot like Stuart Freeze, and this time he's got the alternate red on. Barker still trying to close in. You saw him drive into turn number 3 just a little bit deep here. As we've got 9 laps to go, Robert, here in our Vets and First Responders race.
Yeah, Barker's going to have an opportunity here as Zinacre just slid a little bit too high there on the exit of turn number 2. And he's been on recovery from the start of this one as they get real tight into 3. Barker up to the rear end of Zinacre once again. Everybody chasing Rayom and Lawson. They've put about a 1.5-second gap between second and third. Another gap up to first as Zanacker making another bobble. Guys, this is going to be close as we're about to go side by side for third.
On board with Barker, you see him drive it in deep into corner number 3. Low side starting to slicken up here. We'll see who gets the edge here for third at the stripes. Zanacker has Barker clear in the corner.
Yeah, see, I think you can maybe work that bottom in 1 and 2, but you saw Scotty float up real high coming out of 4, and that's the problem with the bottom. You try to rotate it, you can get it to work through the center, but you need to fly up to that outside wall to carry your momentum, and I don't think we're going to see a lot of passes done on the bottom through 3 and 4 here.
6 laps remain here in our first race of the night. This is the Vets and First Responders Provisional. Thanks to all the drivers here for their service and dedication to our country. It's been all Scott Rayom for the drop of the green flag. 1.7-second lead on Brian Lawson. Then you got Zanacker third, Jeff Barker fourth, Andy Patton fading back to fifth, John Tobias sixth, Chase Matsko seventh. And Robert, we may start to have a battle on our hands here for this final spot in the top 5 in a moment.
Yeah, it's getting close here. John Tobias closing that gap up to the general Andy Patton as he holds on to that 5th spot. Tobias has worked his way up to the high lane. One of the first drivers we've really seen do that so far. So we'll see if he's able to close this up here. Coming to 3 to go this time. Patton has a bit of a mistake between 3 and 4, so this is definitely going to open the door up for Tobias this time.
Look at the last 5 laps here. You can see Tobias clearly the much better car, but that last lap Tobias had a moment where it cost him 1/10 of a second. 3 to go, though, in our Vets and First Responders race. That time Tobias picking up 0.04 of a second. Still watching this race for third, Zach Barker not giving up on Zanacker for third.
No, he's right there on the tail tank, too. He is ready, but Scotty's going to need to make a little bit of a mistake, and there was a bobble, but not enough for Jeff to send it in deep, and we're running out of time, boys. 2 more trips around.
Yeah, we saw Zanacker have to catch in the center of 3 and 4 with no yaw for just a little bit. Barker still not giving up here in this battle for third. White flag flies. Final lap underway for Scott Rayom to make it into the show. This is the 3:58 provisional that's on the line. He'll be the 7th driver locked in to our feature on Thursday night for 75 laps. Right now, this is a spot near the back of the field. Hope to better up later tonight off for turn 4. Checkers wave, slide job, Scotty takes the win. Lawson second. Here's the battle for third. Zanacker able to barely edge out Barker by 1/10. Patton 5th and Tobias in 6th. But in the end, it is the number 4 FTM ride. Scott Rayom wins the first race of Super Dirt Week.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to see which one of these actually get the transfer position, because if I'm being honest, I could see all 7 of these guys racing their way in through the heat. So that battle for third, that could have been real important. Remember that.
Rayom was 13th quickest in qualifying, so that is definitely something he will take for sure. Top 3. We'll pose for a photo. You see that on the social media pages here on Coast to Coast Racing League, plus the as well the Popular Lounge on Facebook. Pardon me there, that was actually the qualifying results there. Here are the full race results here, where Rayom takes the win by 1.4 seconds. Matsko, in fact, actually had a moment after taking the white flag where apparently he crashed. That ended his race a little bit early. But in the meantime, I think we are ready to talk with our winner, Scott Rayom. And let's bring him on in here and have a quick chat with him. Scotty, a nice win. You're in the 358 shell. How was this car?
This car was on rails. I channeled my inner Clay and Anthony Morano there. When you got a couple of guys like them that are kind of teach us all how to run the bottom here at Oswego, it definitely helps. I'm not saying I have much for the actual, the big show, but it's not one of my favorite places to be. But that the car was definitely quick down on the bottom. I was able to run it without hitting the inside wall, and you got some clowns in Discord telling me, hey, don't look at that inside wall. Just trying to joke with me there. But feels good. Get a win on this charity night. That's always awesome. Hopefully
I know.
Take some momentum.
Absolutely. I know you were in clean air, but did you really learn anything though going in ahead of your heat race later tonight, where you try to better your starting spot, or maybe going towards the feature later this week?
Uh, Not really, because the track's going to be so different. And I even said with, when I asked how much of the gap that I had, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, you got like 1.7." I'm like, "You guys want me to try anything so we can learn?" And they're all like, "No, God, no, just do your thing." Because, they're not going to learn much from me anyway. So, so I tried, once I knew that I had that big of a gap, I went up to the fluff to see if it was any quicker, and also to not risk hitting that inside wall. So, we'll take it. I mean, it's always cool to get out there and get a win anytime, and in this league, and with on this broad stage, it's really cool. So,
Well, hey, a great run though, that's for sure. Who do you want to give shout outs to on the car?
well, I want to say hello to Robert. He probably doesn't know, but I grew up cutting my teeth at Frogtown International Speedway, where now it's called Mohawk. So, Dino made sure I pointed that out when if I got up here. So I want to just throw that out there. It's pretty cool to have an announcer from up where I'm from. So, but all the guys at FTM, you guys for doing this. Dino at the Super Dirt Car Series, so much work that's gone on behind the scenes that he's pulled off. Jeff and all the other guys at Coast to Coast. Shout out to the Honor House, and let's get this going, boys. Let's get some more cars up there.
Absolutely, Scott. Best
Dude,
of luck.
what about Anthony's wife? What are you doing?
That's last season.
Okay.
Scott, great.
I also before I go, I also have to say that was a great interview by Trevor. But I want to say I remember having a beard like that in the 7th grade. I couldn't type it in. I couldn't type it in because I just got a new phone and it wasn't set up on YouTube, so I couldn't jump on there and type it in. So I figured, if I get up here, I gotta point it out.
Scott, congratulations on making it in the feature. Hopefully, we'll talk to you again later this week.
I hope so, boys. Have a good night.
You too. Scott Rayome getting the job done here in our Vets and First Responders Provisional. Step aside, take a break here. We'll be back in just a little moment. When we come back, it is our volunteer provisional race with the big block. Stay with us at the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network as our next provisional race is set to go down. This is our volunteers provisional. These are the drivers that make Coast to Coast the way it is today. They are in charge of the league, and Without them, none of this is possible. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome on Slide Job Racing Network and Coast to Coast Racing Network to night one of Super Dirt Modified Week qualifying. It's qualifying week, qualifying night tonight, brought to you by our friends at DIRTcar Racing. And we'll bring you back into the booth here once again. Marty Scala joined alongside Zach Chapman and the voice of Cornwall Motor Speedway and Mohawk International Raceway, Robert Hill Jr. So far, a lot of great stuff that we've seen tonight. Some good racing. We got 9 drivers in the volunteer race, but in a little bit we'll have heat racing. That is when it's going to be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really good racing still ahead of us. We had some great racing there in the first provisional race of the night, and one crossover name you're going to see in both of these races is Andy Patton. So he's got that extra little bit of track time, setting himself up nicely for the heat races a little later on as well. So maybe using this to his advantage, being a volunteer and a veteran, being able to get out there and see what he can do to strut his stuff here at Oswego. And we noticed Dean Reynolds out here on the racetrack as well. He's already got himself locked into the pole shuffle, but, I mean, why not get out there and see what he can do with these guys as well?
Zach, what was it that you were saying about Dean during break?
Who, me? I was saying it?
About Dino, how he was in this.
Oh, yeah, he's in here trying to strut his stuff. Sorry, I almost forgot what I said. Yeah, he's just in here. I mean, he goes out there, runs that 6th-place qualifying lap. You know, he just wants to go out here and maybe beat up on Anthony a little bit while he's injured, tired from all that hard work. But I'll tell you, Marty, you know, somebody who you got to be excited to see out here, and a guy who's kind of kept coast to coast, afloat, but done it undercover. How about Jack Hitt showing up for this thing? I can't remember the last time I saw the gentleman in a modified. Good to see Jack Hitt up.
Yeah, Jack Hitt normally races the sprint cars with us. He's very good in a dirt midget. Remember the Chili Bowl event we had, I think, in the transition between the fall and winter seasons? Hitt won the feature. He was our Chili Bowl champion. We'll see, though, how he does in the modified this evening. So practice going on right now. These are the quickest times at the moment. Anthony Morano right now, the quickest driver on track at a 18:46. There's the Magic Ant-Man. We missed him yesterday on the track, but was with us in the chat. Dino second. Great to see, though, GJ Boydell with us. Haven't called his name out in forever. Likes to run the charity races. Also a part of the retreads division. That's our division for the senior citizens, as I like to call them, the 55-plus division. Boydell, what's up?
The Iron Man, Marty. The
Yes.
Iron Man.
And he's, I believe he's pretty good as well on road courses, too. So Boydell, third quickest. Brian Lawson, fourth. Blake Chapman, fifth. Jack Hitt, sixth. Andy Patton, seventh. Brandon Dittmer, eighth. Not sure if Clay Christofferson is entered in this one or not. See who's checking in here. A War Elephant says, welcome to the jungle. Yes, indeed. J-Train rooting for Scotty. Kevin says, nice to see the voice of Cornwall here. Yes, it is nice to have Robert with us all week long. Appreciate him.
It's nice to be here.
Yes, appreciate him taking some time out. Not my first experience with Robert, as he joined me on the call for when CRSA was in Cornwall last October. And hello to Bear Racing Vlogs checking in. So this is our big block provisional for the volunteers. It's going to go the same format as the vets and first responders. You'll have the 20-lap race. Winner gets the spot in the big block feature on Thursday night, and if they get a better starting spot, next driver ahead will get that provisional. So should get qualifying here in a moment. And again, if you want to donate to our charity this week, all proceeds going towards Honor House. Go to our website, C2CRL.com, and click on Super Dirt Modified Week. Scroll down to where it says Donate Now next to the PayPal link. And from there, you can donate some money. Honor House, a great charity based up in Canada in the Vancouver, British Columbia area. Should be getting going here with qualifying in just a moment. I guess while we wait, maybe we can see if we can pull up a driver here to give us the lay of the land here. And why don't we... Well, I'm looking here while we were at it.
Man, Blake is so lucky he's hiding. He would have been my first target.
Yeah. Blake would have been my first too. So let's pull up the general. Let's pull up Andy Patton and talk with him while we wait for qualifying to get going. Andy, it's Marty, Shaggy, and Robert up here. Got a copy?
Yeah, I got you, Marty. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. What do you think of this modified right now at the moment in Oswego?
I think I'll never be good at these cars. That's what I think.
Well, hey,
They're fun, man. I mean, you know, and the nice thing is these are the cars that I grew up with. You know what I mean? Northeast modifieds, and trying like hell to get good at them, but I'm not.
Well, I mean, this second provisional race here, and you were just in the last one, that definitely has to help with track time as you get ready for qualifying here.
It does. I mean, to a point. I get to run behind Morano and see what kind of lines he's running and how he's fast, but so far it hasn't clicked for me.
You guys got anything for the general?
Yeah, Andy, you know, in that last one, you guys were in the 358s. Obviously, now you're in the big block. Do you see a high side developing a little bit? I see some of you guys flirting with it now even.
Yeah, 3 and 4 is definitely starting to go to the high side. The end of that last one was actually fast on the top. Felt like to me, anyway.
Robert? All right, I guess Robert's got nothing. Andy, before we let you go, who do you want to give shout-outs to?
You know, you guys for putting on the show, Dean for organizing this thing. Crazy. You know, C2C for everything that they do. Inferno Motorsports, my team, Rick Main, Joe Grandy, those guys that I run with all the time. And let's see how it goes tonight.
All right, sounds good. Andy, best of luck, all right?
Thanks, bro.
So there's the General Andy Patton getting set to go. Got some other guys on track. Dean Reynolds, second quick in the 79. He'll be in the booth with us later on for big block heats. And Shaggy, he actually, you know what? I think they're about to get qualifying going here. So we'll hold off on talking to some other drivers for right now. But the big block provisional qualifying is getting set to go here. Appreciate all your patience as we get ready to go.
Yeah, so I see Tyler Dickinson out in the chat asking what the Honor House is. Basically, Marty, it's kind of a house that takes in all sorts of first responders, correct? I mean, veteran, paramedic, you know, kind of houses them during times of need, whether they're in the area for doctor visits, possibly funerals in the area. I mean, they'll help out any first responder, military veteran for pretty much anything they need. It's a pretty good charity as far as I understand.
Absolutely. So here we go with qualifying for our Volunteers provisional race, our final provisional race the night before we get the 3 heat races going. Here's Brandon Dittmer. We'll go on board once again with the Spider Monkey this time and see how he rides. Hopefully we don't jinx him like we did last time.
We were pretty close to it right there. He had a little kiss with the wall before he came to green.
Well, you know, we call him the Spider Monkey for a reason. You're going to learn that. I mean, he'll just come at you. There is no half throttle with this guy. He goes for it all the time.
Well, man, I could tell that from how he exited the pits. He was just balls to the wall, foot to the floor when he came out here.
So Dittmer sets the bar here on lap number 1, goes 19.778. If you see purple on a driver at the bottom of the screen, they are working on a pole lap. G.J. Boydell puts it to the top, 19.586 of the 014. Andy Patton, quickest in sector number 2 of all drivers, but rocks at 8.19, 8.09 on lap number 2, as Dittmer is done with qualifying. Here's the general, Andy. Dittmer, though, quickest in sector 2, still third quick. Boydell still at the top. Dean Reynolds, though, goes quick time, 19.504 for the driver, the number 79. Blake Chapman in the green in sector 1 in lap 1. He goes 4th, the 19.62. Brian trying to improve on his lap. He is slower. Jeff Barker goes up to 3rd on lap 2, the 19.589. Dino on lap 2, faster, 19.389 for the driver, the number 79.
I have to call him the Rooster, dude, out here strutting those feathers. But look at Blake Chapman.
Oh, he
He's
caught the
almost
wall,
got
I
an
think.
answer.
Yeah, that will do it for his qualifying run. Let's go to Murano first, the 32, before you look at putt-putt. Murano 7th quickest. Here's Christopherson. After lap 1, he goes 7th, 1967. There is already a rooster, by the way, Shaggy, in the state of New York. He's a flagger at my home track, Land of Legends. Christopherson looking over the purple. Same with Murano. Who's going to the top? Murano, 1917. Christopherson misses by 700ths. Holy moly.
Well, I thought, Dean and Blake kind of set the bar. I mean, they were 2/10 basically over the rest of the field, but then they got smashed there by Anthony and Clay. That's unbelievable.
You look back at the practice session, though, in this provisional race, Murano was 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else. So to come out here and go only 0.5 tenth quicker surprises me a little bit. But Christopherson, he's right there as well.
Hey, look who else is checking in. My friend Brad Sawyer checking in. He races a sportsman at Land of Legends. Hope you're doing well, my man, and we'll see you at the track later this year. He's also rooting for Nolan Crowley, who is racing with us this week and also works at Land of Legends alongside me. All right, second race of the night. We're ready. It's the Volunteers Provisional Race. Here is the starting lineup. Anthony Murano is on the pole position in the number 31. Next to him, his teammate putt-putt Clay Christopherson in the 51. Robert, row 2.
Yeah, Super Dirt Car Series Director and the man behind all this here tonight, Dean Reynolds, going to roll off in position number 3 with Blake Chapman to his outside. 2 very strong cars to watch here in provisional race number 2.
Row 3 to the inside, the Iron Man, G.J. Boydell. To the outside, the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker.
4th row, you've got a Venom Racing driver, Brian Lawson, in the number 9. Next to him, the Training Wheels 83, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer.
Rounding out the field here tonight, row number 5, the General Andy Patton and Jack Hitt going to roll off in position number 10.
Go one more lap here until we take the green flag, and 20 laps here for our Volunteers of Coast to Coast, and we thank them for making Coast to Coast what it is today.
I like what Rick said in the chat there. He's calling them quarter throttle motorsports now.
Well, we can tell you this. Dean Reynolds already locked in the show in the 79, but he's getting extra track time. Why? Because he loves to race, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys know the deal, man. Track time. It's so important. So
Absolutely.
why not go out here and play around a little bit?
Under daytime conditions here at the Clay Palace, Oswego Speedway, race number 2 of the night, set to take the green flag in Barney's hands. Here we go for race number 2. Side by side, top 3, all FTM drivers. Murano's got the lead. Christopherson, the mellow yellow scheme, down to 2nd. Dean Reynolds in 3rd. Up a spot, Jeff Barker in the 513. Chapman decides to go high, wide, and handsome, try to take away the 3rd position. Normally during races like this, he starts in the back. Not the case here. Contact between Boydell and Barker in the race for the 5th position. Lap 1, though, led by Murano. Here comes Boydell, Zach, inside of Blake Chapman.
Yeah, Greg trying to make it work, and I was surprised when now Blake goes to the bottom here, but
Ooh.
lap 1, he went to that high side, but now we got somebody up in the wall here. He's going to lose 2-3 spots.
Dittmer, though, got up to the wall. Luckily able to hang on to it. Had no yaw, though, in the corner. Christopherson, meanwhile, following his teammate for the race lead. Now here comes Boydell, wanting 4th on the salesman, Robert.
Side by side, Boydell on the inside, Chapman up on the high side here, playing with the high lane, seeing if he can get that extra little bit of bite to get by Boydell. They nearly make contact.
Caution flag waves.
Two cautions out here. Looks like it's Dittmer, boys.
Yep, Dittmer, remember, kissed the wall in turns 3 and 4. Don't know if it bit him that time. Let's go to the Malcolm's Mills Mill running replay for the first time tonight. All is good there through 3 and 4, and he just caught the wall on corner X to sent the car sideways, and Jack Hitt also collected in this accident.
Yeah, that monster reached out and grabbed him coming out of 4. It just turned him, and then Greg, no time to react. Or Jack, excuse me. That's Greg Boydell colors.
You can see there the Spider Monkey go around there in that number 83. So Dittmer on pit road getting things with the quick repair that will bring her back onto the racetrack.
What do we think here? Does Anthony choose that inside, or does he go on the outside here for the restart?
So it's double file. Looks like Murano takes the bottom. Coast to coast rules, by the way, for those wondering, on the restarts. Don't know if this is going to be different this week because of a charity race, but normally in our coast to coast features, we have 2 double file restarts, then it's single the rest of the way through. So we're 4 laps complete here when we take the restart. Dittmer is restarting the back there in 9th. You can see also Jack Het, I believe, may have also taken a quick repair. Remember, he took some damage with contact off the 83.
Here's where I think if you're Greg Boydell, you got to know that that 790 is already in the show, and you got to get real aggressive. You got to try to pinch him down a little bit and come out of turn 1 and 2 with P3 under your belt, because it's not going to be easy to get around 3 teammates.
Boydell definitely wants that transfer spot for sure. We're around on the control car as we come back to green. Field off at turn number 4. Late restart, but he goes. And this helps out the 79. Dean Reynolds up to 2nd as we're back to green.
Yeah, Greg got stuck there on the outside. He had to lift too, and now Jeff Barker, man, he almost made it 3 wide. He had a good run through 1 and 2. He's going higher than anybody else.
Can Dino get the bite here off at turn number 4? Christofferson ripping the lip at the stripe, a drag race. Dino edging out Christofferson for P2, Robert.
Yeah, Reynolds with a really good launch from that restart, now getting himself ahead of Christofferson up to 2nd. Has his eyes set here on Anthony Murano, who's doing a great job, but Christofferson almost sticks the nose in there. 3-car battle for 2nd. Might even be 4 here as Boydell closing in once again.
Let's go on board with Blake Chapman once again. He saw Putt-Putt try to look underneath. Dino shut the door, though, on him on corner exit.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, you know, I mean, Andy thought maybe we'd see the guys run the top, but they're doing a good job of dragging the brakes and keeping it on that real thin line attack that's eventually going to go away. And now I think it's the preferred line, so you just got to be patient. Wait for that thing to spin.
Jeff Barker entered low. He exit upstairs. Brian Lawson chasing after him for the 6th spot. Meanwhile, Anthony Murano last time by, quickest lap of the race, 19:31. Remember, this was our big block winner on New Year's Eve in the 200-lap feature here at the Oswego Speedway. Meanwhile, the front runners all hanging out underneath. Robert Christofferson peaked down low, but that doesn't work though.
Yeah, Christofferson just waiting for Reynolds to open up the door even slightly here. Leave it open a crack, and Christofferson absolutely going to take it here. He gets in line just behind Dean, sends it in deep though through 1 and 2, nearly makes contact again as they're both trying to hold off a very hard charging Blake Chapman, who currently sits in position number 4. Boydell closing in as well. Barker, Lawson. We have a bunch of cars in a very tight space here as we cross 10 down, 10 to go.
You can notice there a lot of off time there in 1 and 2. Contact between the two in the race for 2nd. Everybody hanging on. Now what can Blake Chapman do in the race for 3rd? Dances with the devil through 3 and 4, driving it in on the top shelf. Let's see, can he get the corner exit he needs? Not just yet, Zach.
No, and everybody knows he's a sprint car guy, but he turns into a dirt guy real quick when you give him a couple laps behind some of the best. And Blake has really figured it out. It won't be long if those guys keep battling hard for 2nd until Blake gets them both.
8 laps to go here. Murano with the provisional. Caution flag waves though. 2nd time here for Jack Het in the 217. Show you what happened to Gentleman Jack.
Yeah, 3 and 4 has not been nice to guys tonight, Marty.
That's been Calamity Corner for right now. Just caught the back end with the jersey, with the boilerplate, and around it went.
And this is going to make things really interesting when we re-rack and restack the field here. We saw some really tight racing amongst those guys from 2nd on back, and now they're going to have another chance to pounce on Murano here on this restart. So going to be exciting in these closing few laps.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say Murano maybe has going for him, obviously loses that big lead, but the single file restart, I think, because we'll be within 10 to go. We'll see. I mean, Marty and I, we've been shocked before. Never really know. Got to play it by ear, but I'd assume single file.
Let's see here. Lights still remain on the iRacing pace car. Don't forget 358 modified heats coming up in just a little bit here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Meanwhile, Turnkey checking in. Appreciates the work that we do. Hey, we appreciate the support, man. That's for sure.
They shortened us 1 to green here.
Alrighty. Race control wants to go. So Murano leads, Reynolds second, Christopherson third, Chapman fourth, Boydell fifth, Barker sixth, Lawson seventh, Dittmer eighth, hit ninth, and Andy Patton rounds out the top 10. Patton actually out of this race as he towed to the pits. He'll get ready for 358 heat races. We're back under the green flag with 7 laps to go. Everybody hanging out downstairs in Mama's basement. Boydell nearly goes up the hill. He's in a race for 5th with Jeff Barker. Now who pulls in a line and makes the first move? It's Christopherson testing out the top. Is it going to work? Oh, this may actually got a good exit off for turn number 4. Dino, though, barely able to clear him here, Robert.
Yeah, that was one heck of a try there by Christopherson. Just unfortunately for him, Reynolds able to close that door on him. And this may open the door for Chapman as well, as he's hanging down there on the bottom lane.
Oh!
Reynolds says no. It gets real tight right there.
Man, everybody hung on to it as Dean tried to crowd Clay there. Crowds once again contact slider. Dino nearly in the wall. Here comes Chapman. They're 3 wide for second, Zach.
I told you they mess around. He's going to get both up, and this is where you need to chime in. If you're Clay, say, hey, Dino, buddy, you qualified 6th. You're in the show. I need this thing here. Let me go dance. Finally able to clear him.
You see the 51 up to second. Now can he hunt down his teammate, the Magic Ant-Man, Anthony Murano, who I feel like we've barely talked about in this race, guys. That's just how good he's been in this big block compared to everyone else.
Yeah, Murano's really been the guy to beat here. Nobody's had anything for him as we come to 3 to go. Christopherson trying to hold off that high-flying Dean Reynolds. As Reynolds now going to go opposite. He's going to go to the wall, trying to make a run down the back straightaway here. Christopherson well clear. Reynolds there in 3rd. Chapman down to the bottom. We're coming to popsicle sticks this time, and that battle's hot for 3rd.
Dean the Bean still with company for that bottom step of the podium in Blake Chapman. Let's see what happens through 1 and 2. Can he grab some bite off the corner? The 79 car with the advantage for right now, Zach.
Yeah, but the popcorn salesman, you know as well as I do, Marty, he makes his money on the bottom. Dino's leaving it open. White flag in the air, 1 to go.
So it's Anthony Murano, the Full Throttle Motorsports Swan Speed Shop, number 32. In the big block, he timed in 18th in qualifying. This guarantees him a spot in the show. He'll hope to better in heat races. Off at turn number 4, the Magic Ant-Man of the Checkers wins the heat race. The provisional, rather. 2nd, Christopherson. Reynolds 3rd. Blake Chapman 4th. Boydell 5th. Barker 6th. Lawson 7th. And Dittmer in 8th.
Wow. What a show these guys put on, and this wasn't even the heat race, guys.
That just shows you what a treat we're going to be in for tonight.
I just love during charity. I mean, you know, normally during points races, they treat each other a little nicer. But I love watching the teammates with the gloves off here. And basically, you know, for fun race. That was a blast to watch.
They don't care.
To live up to.
Yeah, they put on one heck of a show, that's for sure. So we'll bring Murano in, then we will take a break and get ready for our heat races here. So Murano taking the win here, margin of victory by 3/4 of a second on Clay Christopherson. Reynolds in 3rd once again. Not sure if we will get Anthony Murano. We'll give him about a quick minute here or so. Nope, he's actually in. We'll bring him on in right now and talk to the Magic Ant-Man. Warning, he has a little bit of a... Yep. There was the warning. So, unfortunately not quick time, but hey, he does win the provisional. He is locked in the show. Anthony, how's this car?
That's pretty good on the bottom. Yeah, I just wish I didn't suck in qualifying, to be honest. That could killed me there for the rest of for the week. But for there, and the big blocks car felt good. Just ran my line, did what I had to do. It's pretty good. I mean, I love this track. I always race good here. I just can't qualify to save my life.
Yeah, but like the race speed looks really good. Obviously, we know you in the past as the winner of our 200 lap race in the big block. We're going at it for 100 laps. Is there a sense of mind that you can take over from December 31st over to Thursday night?
Save the rear tires, keep the car as straight as possible. Just be patient. Keep the car in one piece is going to be the main thing. I think there's a lot of guys in here, a lot of talent in this field for this week, which is awesome for Honor House. Everyone coming out. I think we had 50 something, right, registered for this. So that's pretty awesome.
Boatload of cars, that's for sure. So, Anthony, before we let you go and get you ready for your heat race, who you want to give shout outs to?
I got to thank my wife Sherry, the boys at FTM, Dean at Super DIRTcar, Logan at High Mom Lens, Swan Speech Up, DJ Sim Shop, Vertex Graphics, Expert Installation, Castleberry Flagstone, Shaggy TV, Rocky Photography, everyone behind the scenes for this deal that's going on here. Everyone in here for doing the broadcast. Give a shout out to my little brother who's having his gallbladder taken out as we speak. So hopefully
dude, no more greasy foods. Warn him right now, Anthony. Warn him right now. Oh,
he's probably going to be sad about that. But yeah, he's going through that right now. So hopefully he'll feel better. DJ had his liver transplant done. He's feeling better. He's actually in Discord hanging out with us, so it's pretty cool. Get him feeling better, get him back on track. So we're plugging away, and we'll be ready to go here Thursday. See what we do in these heat races.
Well, we hope he makes a fast recovery. That's for sure. Great win, and hopefully we'll talk to you later on in heat races.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Anthony Morano, your winner here in our Volunteers Provisional. And so we have lineups in the pit notes. We will get them to you in just a moment. We'll step aside, take another break. Stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. 358 heats are coming up next. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a
Bit of a hiatus, so let's get. Tonight we'll be talking about it.
outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately, they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Marty Sakala, Zach Chapman, Robert Hill Jr. with you. Apologies for the wait. We are still waiting on getting our first heat races up here for the 358s. But as we get them loaded, this is pretty much the transition between getting cars in and out of the infield, and then getting them back. Getting the next ones into the infield. Thank goodness they got 3 gates now at Oswego. So, but anyway, we look at the lineups that just came out about maybe 20 minutes ago or so. Remember, it is the top 6 drivers at least that get in. Top 8 though at most. But apparently now looking at these lineups, I don't believe they are going to put our top 6 qualifiers in the heat races. So it will be top 6 at a maximum, no 7 or 8 getting on in. So as we're looking at things right now, for the heat races, your pole sitters for heats 1 through 3, Brian Lawson, Matt Barber, and Mike Brewer. And starting second, Anthony Morano, Rylan Banks, and Brandon Dittmer. Robert, is this where you really want to be starting on the front row for these heat races? But they're long, though. This ain't 8 laps. These are 20.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be starting up front. It's nice to have the advantage of leading off on the restarts and the initial green, but you're also having a pack of hungry cars behind you, having to watch your mirror more than you're looking forward, and that's going to be really interesting for some of these guys. And I'm looking at heat race number 2, a lot of locals up here. Matt Barber, Rylan Banks, Brody Plotz up inside the first 2 rows in heat race number 2. So I'm excited to watch that one. I'm excited to watch all the racing here tonight. And if those provisionals were anything to kind of preview what we're going to see here in these heat races, we are in for some exciting action-packed racing here, guys.
Heat 1, Zach, for the 358s. Oh my, that is stacked.
Yeah, I'm the dummy here. I'm the odd man out, scrambling on my computer. If everybody sees me looking around, where are you looking
Pit notes.
at the heat?
Pit notes, sir.
In Discord. Okay, I was looking on Facebook. Shame on me. All right. We found it. But yeah, okay. So heat 1, what? We're going down the left side there.
Yep, left side for heat 1.
Oh my gosh. Man, a name we don't see a lot anymore, too. Look at that. Justin Sick. He's going to be a guy to keep your eye on. Theodore York is pretty good. Rick Main. I know he's a sprint car guy, but man, oh man, I don't know. If I had to pick one, yeah, man, I'm probably going to take Anthony Morano, I guess. I mean, how could you not?
For those wondering, the notables in Heat 1, Brian Lawson, Anthony Morano, Scott Rayome, Dean Reynolds, Brian Moore Sr., Justin Sick, Alex Pomelo, Rick Main, Jeff Barker, just to name a bunch. There in heat race number 1. I'm keeping my eye on heat race number 3 because there's some good talent in that heat. You got the Brew Crew, Mike Brewer on pole. Then you got Brandon Dittmer starting in the 2nd spot. Dylan Kinsey, 3rd. Don't know if a lot of people have actually been talking about him. Looking at other drivers up here, you got Kelly Wheeler, who's been improving in his performances with the modifieds. But Molyneux now with Venom Racing. Jason Butterfield. Ty Dickinson's a name we don't talk about really a lot on Coast to Coast. He's very good in the Regal Promotions series side. So those will be ones to keep an eye on. Still waiting on the 358 heats to load up. Let's look at big blocks now while we are at it. Zach, what heat has got your eye on?
Let's see here. So rolling down, man, I would have to say, honestly, not to copy you there, but man, Heat 3 once again. I mean, you mentioned the Brew Crew. You got Anthony Morano, my long-lost cousin, Blake Chapman. I mean, Ryland Banks is a dog, dude. He's quick. You got to watch out for the 21 of John Tobias. A lot of good guys there in Heat number 3. So don't go anywhere tonight. We've got a full show here.
Robert, how about you?
Man, I'm going to go back to heat race number 2. Again, there's a lot of local talent in there. Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber on the pole. Shane Billings, a guy that you didn't mention in heat race number 1 for the 358s there, Marty, but I think he's going to be a guy to watch there as well. Very strong talent, comes from a long line of racing family, and I think he's going to be a guy to compete here tonight. Joey Lattiser, always strong no matter what he runs in. Andy Patton's already been on the racetrack twice tonight. It's pretty deep there, but that's something we could say about all 3 heat races in these big blocks.
Yeah, I'm looking at Heat 1. We'll all go each heat. They're all very good. Joseph Grandy obviously on the pole. You got Scott Rayome to his outside. Kelly Wheeler up there. Clay Christopherson. Looking through the back, Rick Main also up there. Logan Wentz is always good in a modified. Good to have him back as well. So those are just some of the notables here with the modified heat lineups as they're coming up in just a little bit. I know Dean and Bob and I believe Jeff and Jack hard at work in getting those sessions loaded up so that way we can get going. If somebody says in chat they're up and somehow I'm missing them, just let me know and I'll go ahead and restart my iRacing.
They are up.
They are up.
Yeah, practice about 6 minutes in already.
Why do I have
Anthony Morano leading the way?
I just got in here myself, Marty. It took it forever to go away from that red circle on my end, so we can blame the iRacing bugs.
All right, I gotta try and find it here. I still got nothing, so we'll work out those technical gremlins, and we're gonna step aside, go to break. We'll get this all loaded up here in just a moment. Stay with us. First heat races around the corner here for Super Dirt Modified Week. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get...
Tonight we were talking about it.
All right, we are back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network, and we are back at the Clay Palace Oswego Speedway. First of 3 heats are just about ready to go here, and this will determine the winner of this heat. Will start 7th in our feature on Thursday night. Again, top 6 drivers will make it into the show. Everyone else will have to race their way through. I believe our B main is Wednesday, and last chance qualifier is Thursday, if I've got that right.
Sounds right.
Meantime, let's check in on the chat here, see what we got going on here out in YouTube land. GJ says Oshweekend Speedway rules, and I'll actually be, if those that are my friends up in Canada, I will be at Oshweekend next week for the World of Outlaws show. I will be there both nights. A couple friends and I got ourselves an Airbnb, and we will be at the track for both days. So I'm not going to be there covering. I'm not doing work. I'm just going to be out there for fun. So if you're going to be out there, let me know. We'll go meet up and enjoy it. So I will be at Oshweekend Wednesday and Thursday, GJ. Stacy rooting for Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber. Justin Young says, I love that tie guy. And Kevin says, I have a lot to do in Q3, but I got some brake issues during my time trials. Megan checking in as always, rooting for Dino. I don't know if Megan knows that Dean's got a new nickname. And finally, Chase says, ready to run around in the back in Big Block Heat 2. Well, we will see where things end up. These are the times here out of practice. The warm-up here for Heat 1. Anthony Morano, quickest car on track at an 18.574, followed by Shane Billings, Scott Rayome, and Rick Main, Justin Sick. That is your top 5 at the end of heat race number, at the end of warm-ups here for Heat 1. 14 drivers you see here getting ready to go.
Now, Marty, looks like the drivers' meeting currently going on here. You mentioned you're going to Oshweekend next week.
Yes.
Which, that is a fantastic choice. Clinton Jeffrey, Glenn Stiers, all the guys down there at Oshweekend do a fantastic job. And the World of Outlaws making the return to Canada. They'll be joining us next Sunday as well up at the Cornwall Motor Speedway. Really exciting there. I'm a little disappointed that you opted Oshweekend over Cornwall, but I think that's probably a little closer to you.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately it is. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to being back up in Canada, having poutine once again. If I was doing high limit at Utica, I would actually consider going up to Cornwall, but I'm meeting up with a buddy who's going to be in town on Saturday, so no Cornwall Sunday night, but I hope you have fun with Johnny Gibson and Connor and the rest of the Dirt Vision team there. So you'll have a ball. Alrighty, here we go. Heat race number 1 set to go. Top 6 drivers are into the feature for the 358s on Thursday night. Here is how the field lines up here for Heat 1. Brian Lawson starts on the pole in the number 9 to his outside. You've got the Magic Ant-Man, Anthony Morano in the 32. Robert?
Scott Rayome, one of the Full Throttle Motorsports drivers, going to roll off in position number 3. Into his outside, it's Dino. Dean Reynolds in car 79, starting 4th.
The first Canadian here in the field out of 2 in heat race number 1. Shane Billings to the inside of row 3 to the outside. Mr. Wednesday night in the 055, Brian Morrissey.
Row number 4, Justin Sick back with us in the 02. Races a sportsman from time to time. Next to him, Alex Pomelo from Canada in the 397.
From Inferno Motorsports, rolling off the inside of row number 5, it's Rick Main. And to his outside, we've seen him a couple times here tonight already. The 513 for Can-Am Racing, it's Jeff Barker.
Row 6, or excuse me, row 5 is, if I could count, Ted York to the inside in the 09 and Justin Lansing to the outside. Sorry, boys, math was never my good subject.
Final row here we got this evening, Derek Anderson in the 017, and Pat Boyce, one of the Salty Dogs, racing in car number 41. So again, 20 laps here for our feature. Caution laps do not count. Top 6 drivers this evening will make their way into the feature on Thursday night for the 358 75 laps. But we are focused on this one. Winner of this heat will start from position number 7. You got Venom, you got FTM bringing us to green just like it normally is on a Thursday night. Morano and Lawson. Barney's got the green in hand. Heat 1 is underway. Low contact mid-pack is, someone got hip check to the back. Rick May. Oh, we got 2 upside down. Ted York and Derek Anderson both turtled. York gets her towed. Anderson trying to get back on all 4 wheels. Anderson, that seems likely it won't be the case. We're still green, I don't think Anderson can get that thing towed. Watch out of the pack. Oh boy, everybody misses him.
Gotta love those iRacing cautions, boys. Yeah, you never know when they're coming and when they're gonna stay in the pocket there.
They didn't see him. They didn't know he was stopped on the racetrack.
No, they did not. We were able to complete 1 lap, though, in our feature. Here's a look at what happened as Rick Main got yeeted from the 09 of York. And, man, Anderson just used the jersey barrier as a little bit of a ramp or something.
What a ride right there for both Ted York and Derek Anderson. They're going to have a lot of work to do here if they want to come back in heat race number 1. Anderson did have to tow, and I think York did as well. So, yeah, this was a huge hit here, guys.
And upside down goes both of them.
No, nobody wants to start off like that, but Marty, you and I, we've seen some excellent soup runs before, so we know it can be done, so you can't write them off just yet.
2 drivers with onboards here for heat race number 1. Shane Billings has an onboard camera with us in the number 17, currently riding in the 5th position. And the next driver, Rick Main, after that accident, probably glad that we were not on board with him at the time, currently running in the 10th spot. And if your driver want to put up an onboard camera, let us know, and we will get things. We will give you the link to join us here later on this week. Robert Kevin says Cornwall is freaky with the 410 sprint car.
Cornwall's freaky in a lot of cars, Kevin, and I'm so excited to see those World of Outlaws with us next week. I've already heard some great things planned. Ken Schrader also going to be there wheeling a modified, so a lot of exciting activity coming up next Sunday night. But let's get back to green here in heat race number 1.
Alrighty, so 1 lap complete in this 20-lap heat. Morano, Lawson, Reynolds, Rayom, and Billings. That is the top 5. The 32 car selects the bottom for this restart. Back under the green flag we go, and another late launch from Morano. And look at Reynolds trying to make the move up to the 2nd position. Can he grab it off at turn number 2? Cannot. Can tell you this, Ted York, Derek Anderson did use a quick repair. They're back on the track. York on the lead lap, but Derek Anderson trapped a lap down. That likely means he will have to race in the B main tomorrow night. But a great battle for 2nd. I think Lawson got Reynolds there at the line, guys.
Yeah, barely by a nose, but Dino with the run out of 2, easily going to clear him. And you got to, Scotty, I think got in the wall going down the backstretch. Rayo able to recover. But man, every spot you lose here in the heat, if you're lucky enough to make it to top 6, that's 3 spots in the feature, so you got to go get them.
Shane Billings wants a crack at the 3rd position. He's got it on Lawson. Then it's Rayom in 5th. Brian Moore Sr. with the final transfer spot, riding in the 6th position here. But Robert, he's got a good view in front of him with this battle going on with Lawson stuck up top.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Rayelm seeing some great battling ahead of him here. Lawson up high, Billings on the bottom. And one thing that you mentioned is seeing the sun is absolutely shining in these drivers' eyes here in heat race number 1. It's almost blinding on certain areas of this racetrack. So watch for a bit of contact that they might not have seen coming up.
Yeah,
but the battle is about to be on for the top spot, Marty.
Definitely blinding. Going into turn number 1, Morano still leading by a second or so. Justin Sick for that final transfer spot. High, wide, and handsome through 3 and 4 in the Majula CA ride. He's got the 6th position. Now can he secure it at the line? Yes, he can. It's worth through 7 laps.
Yeah, that 02's got the top side rolling. I think Scotty maybe got the memo, going to go up there and maybe show him the rear end a little bit, but he's not going as high as Justin, so Justin's going to be getting good run-ins out of the corner, and watch for that 2 to climb up through the field. Plenty of time to play, 12 to go.
He was the only driver ripping the lip there that last time through. We got trouble. Boyce is around the 41. Same with Justin Lansing, but they both keep it straight. Great saves by both of them.
Yeah, it's been very aggressive towards the rear of the field. I saw Barker and Maine beating doors off of each other just a while ago. And, you know, jumping back up to the front here, the battle is on for second. Reynolds, Billings, nose to tail. Shane Billings in that 17 machine, taking to the high side, trying to get that bite. Seeing what he can do coming to halfway. Cross flag's about to be in the air.
Just showed you a replay, by the way, as Anderson caught the back of another car, sending them sideways as we have 10 laps remaining here. Reynolds and Billings racing for second, but they're drag racing out for 2 for the 4th spot. Justin Sick is on the charge, your biggest mover at the moment here, Zach, up 3 spots into 4th.
Warned you guys about him, said it was good to have him back, and I'll tell you, these 2 in front of him, they are getting racy. Dino's making that 79 wide, and that 02, man, he is smiling like a butcher's dog, dude. 9 to go, he's reeling them in.
Let's take a look and see what the lap times are compared to Reynolds and Billings. There you see it. Billings a little bit quicker, but from Billings to Sick, just look at that gap right there, closing a lot. But Lawson not giving up in this race for 4th here, still trying to challenge on Sick. And we've got Scott Rayom with that final transfer spot in the show.
Yeah, it's very tight racing here from Reynolds on back. Reynolds, Billings, Sick, Lawson, Rayom, and we've seen Rayom have to grab the binders a couple of times here. Now he's getting that high line nice and open for him here. We'll see what he can do. Maybe get up here and go side by side with Lawson as they head down the back straightaway. Not quite able to get there that time for Rayom. Going to take a look to the inside. It's just ahead. Sick gets nearly into the outside wall. It is tight here for these final few spots.
Scotty trying to better.
You talked about him using the binders, Robbie. I mean, how aggressive do you get when you're in that 6th and final transfer spot? I mean, he's got a pretty big cushion behind. So, you know, I mean, is the pressure on, or should he just take his time here?
Go for it. Always go for it. You know, you want to put yourself in a good spot. Yeah, you have that gap, but that gap can go away rather quickly as well.
Well, we know Rayom is in the show. He's just trying to better that starting spot if he can. That would help out the driver that finished 2nd in the provisional. I'd have to double check on who that is, but you still got Lawson 5th. Dean Reynolds in a stack up for 2nd on back with Billings and Sick. This is a fun one here with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, but if you're Justin, where do you go? I mean, you got 2 guys running in front of you. Not enough. I mean, we do have enough room for 3 wide, but I don't know. Can we make it work? They're all in the show, so you got to be thinking maybe not going to be too aggressive here. Only 3 to go.
Trying to diamond there through turns number 3 and 4. He was hoping the top line would open up there, but Sick slammed the door right in his face. Everyone hanging out upstairs. Same with Brian Lawson. Rayom peeked underneath for the 5th spot. Doesn't work. Here goes Sick. Underneath on Reynolds. Check that. That's Billings for 2nd. Big slider. He takes it away.
Yeah, Dino caught it on the nose, and now look, he may lose another one here, Robbie.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic racing here. Now Sick looking to the inside of Reynolds. Don't count out Lawson either, or Scott Rayom. These guys are all on top of each other. Reynolds back to the inside of Billings. Coming to the white flag this time. 1 lap to go, Marty.
This is tight stuff. Rayom gets sideways off the corner. He saves. And remember, he's the final spot in. Reynolds trying to take 2nd here for Shane Billings. Meanwhile, Morano has a straightaway length lead of over 3 seconds. He doesn't know what he's missing. Justin Sick clips the Jersey Bear in the battle for 3rd. Right now he's in the show. Morano to the checkers. He's already won the heat race. 2nd, Billings. 3rd, Reynolds. 6th, 4th, Lawson. 5th, Rayom. 6th. all in the show. Behind them, Moore 7th, Pomelo 8th, Barker 9th, 10th is Rick Main, Lansing 11th, Boyce 12th, York 13th, and Anderson 14th.
You absolutely nailed it there in your call. Morano does not know what he missed there. There was a show behind him. It's crazy to think that in 20 laps he was 3.5 seconds up the road. Great run for Anthony.
Well, here
I told you guys when we were looking at the grid, Shane Billings going to be a guy to watch, and he was definitely part of the show here in that second spot.
Morano, your winner by 3.4 seconds, as those are the official results there from heat race number 1. Your biggest mover, not only Justin Sick up 3, but same for Shane Billings, starting in 5th and finishing in 2nd. We'll get Morano in here in just a moment while heat 2 starts up here. Just confirm here that the second heat race is, the second session is up. And now we got nothing just yet.
Can confirm we have nothing just yet.
Soon.
Yes, absolutely. We'll hope to talk with Morano in just a moment. In the meantime, let's actually step aside, take a break here, and get heat race number 2 situated here. Stay with us, the Coast to Coast Racing Network. So your heat race number 1 winner, Anthony Morano, joining us inside the booth while we wait for the heat 2 session to load up here. And man, you have no idea what you missed.
I heard bits and pieces of it, but I didn't get to see much of it, no.
Take me through how good this race car was.
Oh, man, I could put that thing anywhere. Yeah, I love running the bottom in every car we run and every track we go to, and this is just one of those tracks that you can really utilize the bottom if you are patient enough and know how to trail brake good enough, and you'll be just fine. Just keep the left front out of the fence and you're set.
Did you happen to learn anything out of that going towards the feature?
Not really too much, honestly. Just, don't hit the inside wall. It's the only thing you have to keep reminding yourself. It's the main lesson you have to learn. So that's pretty much what we're going to go with. Winning puts me, I think, 7th going into Thursday night for 358. So see how the track broke down a little bit there, and hopefully use that a little bit for the big block heat later on. I think I'm in the 3rd heat. So I got quite some time to sit here and just watch the stream and see how my teammates do. And I think my dad's actually up in the next heat. So see how he does, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Appreciate the time, Anthony. Gotta let you go a little early, unfortunately, because we got loaded for Heat 2.
Yeah, go for it, man. Have fun.
We'll do. Anthony Morano, your Heat 1 winner. We will bring it back into the booth here for now. Marty Sakala, Zach Chapman, and Robert Hill, as we are warming things up for Heat Race number 2. And I mean, What a heck of a heat one. That was a lot of fun to watch and just did not disappoint.
No, definitely not. Man, some of the gang, they're out here beating up the track here for number 2. They're getting ready to go. Grandy at the top of the charts. No surprise there. But, man, you mentioned there's a lot of guys here. Heat race number 2 you got to keep your eye on. Brody Plotz, I think, is somebody who may climb his way up here. Keep an eye on him.
Robert?
Yeah, Brody definitely going to be someone to watch here in this heat race. Matt Barber as well. I know he's got a pretty good fan club over in the YouTube chat here tonight. That 16 machine, the Tessay Mechanical, number 16 out of Prescott, Ontario. Going to put some great speed out here on the racetrack tonight and do what he can to get up there and battle it out with guys like Randy Plotz, Ryland Banks as well, another local kid, a young up-and-coming driver here in the area. And I'm really excited to see the future of this driver. And a lot of that future starts here tonight on the racetrack at Oswego.
So we are loaded in, locked and loaded in here for our second race here of the night for our 358 modifieds. Excited to see what kind of a show that they will put on. See who's checking in here in the chat. Courtney rooting for Justin Sick there, who had a good run. Drew said nice run for Justin. Oh, apparently I got a new nickname, Handsome Marty.
I was going to say, don't you dare skip over that. That's what I was about to chime in and say. I was like,
Marty.
I ain't going to let that one go.
Well, here's the thing. A couple years ago, I think this was my first year, and I grew a mustache, just a mustache for how good the Yankees were doing. Everyone said, nah, you got to keep that mustache, and I just kept getting memed over it by the staff. I'm like, okay, I'll keep it. And so, but no, all this has got to come off, though, before Thursday, unfortunately, so you won't see it for too long. So, but Heat 2 getting set to go. There's a look at Matt Barber. The Canadians currently owning the top 2 spots for right now. Barber with an 1857, Banks 1880 at the moment. Again, if you're watching are in heat race number 2, your practice session is up and gotta get ready to go here.
Yeah, we're treated with a special guest here. What's up, Dino?
What up, Dean?
What's going on? Well, since I'm done, if you guys don't mind, I got the video thing on. Can you see me? Am I showing?
Let's see here. Give me one moment here. Gotta pull off Vi-Racing. We don't see you yet.
Okay,
I don't know if you're on the onboard for the booth or the onboard for the drivers.
Do I join room with camera or screen share with room?
Join room with camera. Yeah.
That's what I
It all
did.
depends.
Yeah, Earl made the mistake and did the screen share earlier on tonight.
Yeah, I'm in the room with camera right now.
Let's see here. We don't see you yet. I think it's because you got. Let me check something. And maybe because you got to type your name in. That may be why.
Oh, hold on. Let me back out then. Yeah, I saw that part. Reload. Join name.
Yeah, I just had to change that setting.
Well, it says video source camera 2, 1 facing front, audio source default. Output destination. Where do I go share? Let me try share. Nope, that's not it. It's the same link you put up in the chat, right?
Yeah, the one I put in the messenger, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll send you another one.
Yeah, I just re-put it in our chat.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
That's the one we're in.
Oh, now we're giving Dean the nickname Handsome Dean or something?
Zach, I guess we're not handsome enough to get that nickname.
I was just going to sit here and take it on the chin, but it's okay.
I don't know, Shaggy's got the best, you two got the best beards going on right now.
Yeah, but see, at least Robbie, this is the problem. I can't get that little part under the lip. You know, it looks like I shave here. I can tell you, I haven't shaved here in 7 years. You know, this is the best it gets.
Yeah, it takes a lot of product and stuff to make that part grow, and then it gets in the way sometimes, you know. You're eating some poutine, and it becomes one with the cheese curds.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want the gravy and the facial hair to come together. You know what? That could be camouflage. Actually, never mind.
There we go.
Oh, do we got him?
Am I showing?
You are not.
I see. Hold on. I see you guys. What am I doing here? Hold on. Stream is.
Did you actually turn your camera on?
Join room with camera. Oh, hold on. My camera is facing back. Hold on.
That may do it.
Front.
Nolan Crowley, my good friend there in the 84, racing alongside Ryland Banks.
There we go. I'm in. You see me?
I
see Robert and I see you.
Do we see you? I don't think we do.
Oh, stream
Yeah, I don't
ID.
see Dina.
Hang on.
ID stream you're publishing is already used stream. Oh shit, I got it. Hold on, I still got it open in.
I'm gonna give you a different
Hold on.
link. See if that works.
No, I still got it open in Chrome, I think.
That may be why.
Yep. Hold on.
Give you another one just in case.
I think they've taught monkeys to play chess faster than this.
Probably.
All right, I closed that down. Facing back, let's turn that off. Facing front. Done. Start. And okay, let's hope. Let's hope.
Should mention as well here, when we do go green, we do have one driver carrying it on board. That is Earl Jackson in car number 10. There's Earl getting ready to go. Nice sheet metal in the background.
Like that. That looks good.
Let's see, I see the Bloomquist one. I see Kreitz. I see Larson. I see T-Mac, Blair. I see Shaggy too. I see a Shaggy late model. Look, hang on. Do I have? I don't know if I've got the. Nope. I don't have my telestrator on, but you can see Scooby-Doo just barely in the right.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, dude. I'll tell you what, Earl, man, that is a setup, dude. Like, what a wall to have behind you. I'll tell you what, that's a flex, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I like that.
Dean, by the way, you have been facepalmed by Megan for not figuring out your camera.
No, she can't figure out a lot more things than my camera.
Oh! Dang! $100 grand, Joseph Granny in the 518, third quickest right now at the moment.
I'm expecting a text here in a second.
Rick Main says it's the Bobby Pierce Eldora Scooby car. Now that makes sense. Now that makes sense. I love how Chad is altered from racing to Dean getting roasted for not having his camera on and then
Why does it keep on saying stream your publishing is already in use? Please try a different invite link and retry again.
I don't know.
Let me do it in Chrome.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Marty, you send him one this time.
I did. I already did. I don't know if he used that link or
okay.
not.
Yeah, I'm going to try it in Chrome. Copy. All right, Jeff's clearing the track.
All right, sounds good. All right, so drivers are pulling in, having a quick little meeting before we go green for heat race number 2. Ron checking in. Appreciate you tuning on in this evening.
All right, let's see if this works.
Oh, we got something. We
Yeah.
got something.
There we go.
Hang on, it's got to refresh, I
The
think.
best-looking guy on the broadcast is here.
Yeah,
Magic.
maybe hang on. Why do I not have you popped up on here? Maybe do I have to refresh or something? Well, we got you highlighted at least. There's a start. There's
There he is.
Dino. Oh, now I think we just lost his camera. Nope, there we go. There we go. Now we got everyone together. The gang's back together. All
let me
right.
The
turn
full
down this-
screen of Dino there.
That's all you need. Women and
That's what
children.
I'm saying.
Ladies, take a look.
Hey, guy.
Take a look.
Hey, guy. There he
Well, you
is.
better behave. Megan's been talking in the chat box tonight.
Yeah.
You behave, Dino.
I'm gonna get a text. I'm not sure what's gonna say, but I'll be. Hey, I'm in the show. I am in the show.
Yes,
I
you
don't
are
have to
in
worry
the
about
show.
anything.
That was a fun heat race, too.
I'm in both shows. Yeah, I had to go into Discord and tell Shane Billings. I said, not clear. He hooked a bump there, and he said, my car. I said, don't worry about it. We're in. It's all good. They're a good bunch of guys. You know, Robert, those guys you know very well. That's a good bunch of guys right there.
That is a good bunch of guys.
Yeah, they put on one heck of a show, and gotta love the Billings family. I mean, like I said, multiple generations of drivers there. Shane, one of those that has some experience in the real world as well, and put on one heck of a show alongside you there in heat number 1. But heat race number 2 out here on the racetrack, guys.
Robert, give us the front row.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at all the guys you got here in the root for, Robert.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber in the Tessier Mechanical number 16 machine rolling off of the pole alongside him. The young hot shoe, the 76 of Ryland Banks.
Zach, row 2.
The 26 of Earl Jackson to the inside of row 2 to the outside, the 96 of Brody Watts.
Row number 3, 100 grand. Joseph Grandy in the 518 to his outside. Putt putt, Clay Christopherson in the 51. Dean, row 4, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, so looks like we got the 89 and Mason Hine, and you're going to have a buddy sighting right here on my camera. Take a look. There he is.
Oh,
And-
he's here.
And, yep, there he is. And that's his foot and his legs. Hi, buddy. Hold on. Cutest thing right here, guys. Here it is. There's the cameo. And then we got Clay Christopherson outside of Mason Hine.
Rounding out the top 10 this evening, Robert, who we got?
Yeah, row number 5 here, taking a look at the starting grid. The General Andy Patton into his outside, the Canadian G.J. Boydell.
Row 6 to the inside, Dylan Slider to the outside. The Ant-Man's dad, John Morano.
And Nolan Crowley rounding out the caboose in the field, starting in 13th. Winner starts 8th. Top 6 drivers transfer to our 75-lap feature on Thursday night for the 358. You got a pair of Canadians bringing the field to green. Matt Barber, Mr. Excitement, next to Rowling Brakes. Here we go for heat race number 2. Barber immediately with the clear as Banks and Jackson go side by side off the corner for second. Nearly touching for fourth was Plotz and Grandy. Look at this stack up sideways. Mason Hyde checks up with Patton as well as Dylan Silter. No yellow flag out yet. Behind is hooked on Silter. Can everyone get away free? Hyde can get it straight. He's still trapped. We're staying green for right now. And now we got to go yellow. Watch out. Stack up here on the bottom. A little similar to what we saw in heat race number 1 with that accident there, guys.
Yeah, you know, iRacing just not sure when they want to throw the caution there. It definitely should have been thrown. So good thing, hopefully the 89 didn't go a lap down there. I know it was pretty close to putting base in the lap down, but I think that just stemmed from good hard racing. I think Christopherson had to check up. He got rear-ended, and then it just kind of sprung from there.
And poor Glenn Sharp, when they got together there in 3 and 4, he neck-coated through the wall. But hopefully, maybe he didn't lose a lap and he can tow, because these pace laps are awfully long here.
From the back here, Dylan Silter.
Just nowhere to go for him. He just came up on the scene, and the track was already blocked. Unfortunately, getting a big piece of that one. Hopefully not going to affect the handling of that race car too much. But it all seems to start after that stack up around the Brody Plotz machine. They were racing side by side, door to door, and everyone just had to stack up behind them and just piled into it.
Dino, you've been in the race car a lot tonight. Where do we want to be on this restart? You want to be on the bottom or you want to be up top right now?
No, you want to be on the bottom until about mid portion of the race. That track changed about about lap 10, it changed for us. But yeah, you want to be on the bottom here on almost every restart because that's where the tack is coming out of 4, and there's still a lot of bit of going into 1. But even if you want to do a slider line or whatever, you just want to be on the inside. And then if Earl can time this right, where I got lucky and timed my 2 restarts, he can get a good run and be on the inside, maybe come out second, coming out of 2.
Front row, no change there. Earl Jackson's moved up to 3rd next to Brody Plotz. Joseph Grandy, Clay Christopherson, that's the top 6 currently locked in to the show for right now. Mr. Excitement selects the bottom here for this restart.
Although we know Robert Ryland likes the top side.
Absolutely. We'll see what he can do here on this restart as they're coming to the green flag. And a good jump by Ryland up there on the high side. They're going to be side by side into turn number 1.
Watch what Banks can do here off the corner for the race lead. But Barber able to clear.
And obviously coulda, woulda, shoulda there, Dino, but I think, is that a case?
Oh, we got trouble. Crowley, what a save in the 84.
And then luckily able to get out of the wall in time. We know if you hit the wall there in the middle of 3 and 4, you can kind of disappear. So he did a good job of pulling it out in just some time.
Jackson downstairs on Plotz, looking for the 3rd spot. And Plotz get the drive here on corner exit, though, is the question. Grandy and Christopherson both following suit here. Going to turn number 1, Robbie.
Yeah, Grandy's really
Oh, no! Jackson goes around. No caution, we stay green. Oh, we got stack up again. John Morano, Mason Hine. And now look who this helps out. 6th spot, Dean, G.J. Boydell.
Oh, this is a heck of a heat.
Wild
and
heat.
Glenn is a lap down.
Very wild heat, that's for sure here. Robert Christopherson looking on Plotz here underneath for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Plotz has been using this high line pretty much right from the drop of the green flag here. Christopherson to his inside, side by side, heading into turn number 3 here. Plotz again going to try to dig up there on the high side. A little bit of a blink by him, but nonetheless going to be able to get right back on it, get that spot over Christopherson as they chase down Ryland Banks, who's done a really nice job holding on to 2nd despite having the disadvantage of the high lane on that restart just a couple laps to go, but nice job by the 76.
Now Banks following Barber for right now as we've completed 8 laps here at the moment. Plotz and Christopherson still door-to-door into turn number 1. Christopherson back on the gas first. Couldn't pull ahead, but is just out there by a hair. Off to see Zach if he gets the run here. Slide job for 3rd. Putt-putt with the birdie up.
Yeah, not often you see putt-putt sling it in there, but that's what you got to do, man. You got to cut off that momentum, and now Clay right back to the bottom. And I know Dino wasn't around for the quarter throttle motorsports joke, but he's somebody who could fit that nickname. I mean, he's called putt-putt for a reason. He likes to go low and slow around the bottom, but boy, is it quick.
Final spot still belonging to G.J. Boydell at the moment. Closing in on Joseph Grandy for 5th, and give it up for Robert. Give it up for G.J. Maintaining that consistent gap on Dylan Stilter. Stilter, picked up 3/10 that last time by.
Yeah, this battle's still pretty hot here for Boydell and Grandy as Silter tries to close up on them. A nice battle of Canadians, both of them up 4 positions. G.J. Boydell, Dylan Silter, 6th and 7th on the racetrack. And, you know, obviously there's still some provisionals and whatnot into play, and we may see Silter get one of those spots here towards the end of this one as we're 8 laps to go. These battles are hot all over this racetrack.
How does Grandy defend here, Dean?
It's I was just about ready to say that the Giants and Grandy and Clay are lurking there in the back, and then all hell just broke loose. So we're starting to get settled down. But yeah, like Robert was saying, we take 6 out of these heats, but then we got some B mains tomorrow where we take 3 out of those. So even if you don't get in the top 6 here, you want to still make sure that you're in the front so you can start up front in the B mains tomorrow.
Barber still out front with a 1.4 second advantage. Let's check back in here on the race for 2nd. Banks, slide job on Christopherson. With a clear still for second, defend pretty well. We have 5 laps to go at the line here. Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber, been dominating Heat 2 here so far in this one. Let's go back to 5th. Again, this battle has been the best one so far on this track, guys.
Yeah, this has been a great one.
Yeah, go ahead, Robbie. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good. This has been a great battle between these guys. They've been slipping and sliding, throwing sliders, crossovers, each and every corners. We're coming to 3 to go this time. Grandy with the advantage over GJ Boydell, but that advantage can swap at any moment with these guys. Bumpers coming into play, wheels going wheel to wheel. As Grandy slides up, Boydell goes to the bottom. They're almost into a drag race here, headed towards turn number 3, coming to 3 to go.
Even in this battle for position, Boydell still faster than Slider. Back to the second spot, Christopherson. Slide job for second. Banks still with the lane. Able to hang on for right now.
Thought he was trying to mimic me from last night. That almost looked like it was going to end up bad, but man, Clay blew in the reins and they held it together. But we're coming to 2 to go, boys, and the Barber looking good out front.
Well, Clay is he drives with precision. He knows exactly how far to slide up that car. He could run side by side with you for 80 laps and never touch it. He just knows what he's doing with that wheel.
Field comes off at turn number 4. White flag waves. 1 lap to go here for Matt Barber. Still remains Barber, Banks, Christopherson, Plotz, Grandy, and Boydell. Half a lap away here from Barber from taking the heat win in heat race number 2. We'll start 8th in the 75-lap feature this evening. Off the final turn, Barber takes the win in heat race number 2 for the 358s. Second at the line, Banks over Christopherson. Plotz comes home in 3rd. The battle for 5th. Grandy edging out Boydell by a 1/10 and a half. And how about GJ making it into the show? Slider 7th, Hine 8th, Jackson 9th, Pat in 10th, John Morano 11th, Crowley in 12th, Glenn Sharp in 13th.
Yeah, and he had to drive through the minefield. All those wrecks, and GJ still was able to put the pressure on Grandy. What a run there for the Ironman.
Boydell and Slider, your biggest moves up 4 spots. Give credit to the way Slider raced, too, after being involved in that first caution flag and finishing in 7th. That's not bad of a run. And he'll start, I'd have to guess, he would start first in the B main tomorrow night.
Yeah, he'll be pole B main too.
Yeah, because we're going to, now obviously we're getting ahead, but we're taking the winner from each B main tomorrow, right? You know?
No, 3 for the B mains tomorrow, and then we added the LCQs on Thursday. Those are actually added races where we're going to take the winner of that, because we actually had some drivers that said they can't make it until Thursday, or they're working late and whatever. And so when we had such a high number of entries, we wound up with 57 entries. Only 30 make the race through a qualifying. We said, let's just throw in one more, a nice added race early on Thursday, and winner take all.
We're going to open up a bidding for a spot? Maybe, get some more money in the pot here for the Honor House? Have we thought about it?
They were more just wanting to get through today, and then I think we'll get in the internal chats and start talking about it. But I can almost guarantee that'll happen. Absolutely.
Sounds good. Let's step aside, take a break here. We'll get Heat 3 loaded up here. Maybe we'll talk with Barber here in just a moment. So stay with us on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. 2 heats for 358s in the books. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get.
Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately, they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
Welcome back on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Marty Sakala, Zach Chapman, Robbie Hill Jr., and Dean Reynolds prepping for heat race number 3, final heat for the 358s in just a moment. 2 great heat races so far, guys. What have we learned of it?
I think Dino kind of said it. You got to get to that bottom. I mean, you got to do it safely, but you don't want to get stuck on the outside early. I think you need to get to the inside as quick as you can. Try to get a couple guys while the field's stacked up, but man, you got to do it clean. It's been rough out here. You know, everybody fighting for the same territory, so you got to watch it back.
Yeah, and what I've noticed in my race, that outside will come in, but what lap will it come in, and will you get there before anyone else sees it, sees you do it, or feels you do it? And that's going to be the key. But with the track state being exactly the same for all the races, I think you're going to see the same thing for the 358s. Now, with the big blocks having more horsepower, you don't know how the track's going to run in with them.
Yeah, like Dean was saying, the track definitely comes into play a little bit later on. The high lane going to come into effect for these guys as it goes along. And one thing that we've noticed is it's been tough to work your way up through the field with how tight and close the racing has been. But some of these guys are not afraid to use the bumper, get up there, move a guy out of the way, and get their way towards the front. So we'll see what happens here in heat race number 3, and of course in the big blocks where they got a little bit more power, maybe a little bit more aggression too.
So warm-ups, the final heat race underway here. In heat race number 3, we got a fun one coming up here. We had a buddy sighting, by the way, while Dean was talking. Either Dean or Zach were talking, so just saw the head. Let's check in on the chat here, see what you guys are all talking about. A War Elephant checking in, rooting for Nolan Crowley. This is I don't know if you want to say ranked or unranked, but this is hosted with an iRacing cap of 3,000, if you're wondering.
Yeah, 3,000 or any current Coast to Coast member. Now, if you become every Coast to Coast member started out below 3,000, but if you keep your dues active, you can go as high of an I rating as you want. Now, we have Coast to Coast members have 5,000 I ratings, but they've kept their dues live over the years. So that's it's a unique scenario, but it's a league for the everyday Joe.
Yes,
is what it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Slim Shane said out of heat race number 2, a Canadian takeover in that heat, pretty much.
Absolutely, man. 4 of the top 6, 5 of the top 7. Love to see it.
Ask him who won the hockey juniors.
We're not talking about that, Dean.
you know I he'll say, Dean, you know what he'll say, right?
Well, I also like how Winnipeg's the favorite to win the cup, and he's got American going. Just saying.
Well, now I will. Now I'll one up Dean by saying this. I'll say this. Who won the opening round of Calder Cup playoffs?
What's Tiger Woods? He's making a comeback, correct? Because hockey season's over. There's no crunch. There's no Bruins, and it's golf season.
Joey just went there with 4 nations. Joey just went there with 4 nations. Hey, I won't forget. I won't forget either. After that 4 nations game, I was bummed first off, but I thought that was one heck of a game. But I also loved at the same time when Paul Bissonnette from TNT and Spinning Chicklets just won on his crazy celebration on Connor McDavid. Yeah, pretty much. I love Biz. I love Biz. He's hilarious.
I didn't like him as much during the Ottawa-Toronto series because for some reason he became a big Toronto Maple Leafs fan. But I guess in his career he had a lot of opportunity to watch hockey rather than play it, so it's okay.
He explained that on the Pat McAfee show. I watch that every day. He's just rooting for Canada at this point. You know, that was his defense.
Uh-oh. Scott's got on me. Yeah, we've been we're used to it for the last 14 years, so but yeah, we care more about our baby Sabres than our adult Sabres for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, Rochester's a little bit better than the Buffalo team.
Well, that's why Rochester's always good, because Buffalo never makes the playoffs, so all the players get sent back down.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, look at Devin Levi. He's a stud. So, all right. Finishing up here for heat race number 3 for the 358s. And we are ready to go. Alrighty, heat race number 3. Winner starts 9th in our 358 feature on Thursday night. Let's set the scene for you here. Zach, give us row 1.
Starting on the pole, the 390 of Mike Brewer to the outside in the 83, the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer.
Row number 2, Kelly Wheeler racing the number 11 to his outside Bud Molyneux in the Venom 883. Dean?
Well, in row 3, you add the ages together, it's 227. So you got, he's got Scott Zeneker and Harold Klump. So 2 salty dogs.
Robert?
Row number 4 for Venom Racing is Jason Butterfield starting second into his outside. Driving the 67, it's Ty Dickinson.
Row 5 to the inside, the 74 of Peter Bryce. To the outside, the 12 of John Tobias.
The 6th row gives you the mayor, Steve Bixler, to his outside, Kevin Morin, and car number 21. Final car, Dean?
Hey, we got Logan Wentz. Logan was our very last entry, number 57. He wound up getting his work schedule free, and he got in just in time to do big block qualifying. And but here we gridded him tail end of the 3rd heat because he did pay his entry, so he gets to start tail. And let's see what Logan's a good runner, as you guys know. Let's see what he can do.
1 lap till we take the green flag. Again, 20 laps. Caution laps do not count. Top 6 drivers will advance to the feature Thursday night. iRacing Pace Truck on pit road. FTM driver on the pole, Training Wheels Racing car starting from P2.
And then our Uncle Kelly Wheeler is the FTM uncle.
Here we go for the green for Heat 3. Good jump from Brewer here. A couple of sends into turn number 1. Zanacker, I think he clipped the Jersey barrier, sent him up a lane for just a moment. A little bit of contact. He's sideways. Hang on, Scotty. Oh, great save. Great save. Had some help from Bryce there in that 74. A little bit more contact mid-pack. That's John Tobias. That gets slideways in turn 4. Bixler giving the hip check. Lap 1 led by Brewer with Wheeler second. Dittmer hanging on to 3rd over Molyneux, guys.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye out of the Ty Dickinson. You know, he doesn't claim to be a dirt guy, but look at him here. He's in the final transfer spot, but he's feeling some heat, man. Look to the inside. Who we got? We got Butters in the 93 trying to make it work.
Now, also,
there's some absolutely phenomenal battles up here, guys. Kelly Wheeler, Harold Klump, Bud Molyneux all together here chasing down Brandon Dittmer. And Dittmer's been all over the place here, but doing a hell of a job here early on.
Now look at Bixler says, I want a party in this one in 8. 4 cars battling for 5th. 2 of them will make the show. A great defense by Jason Butterfield, hanging on to that final spot over Ty Dickinson. We got one up on the wall and up on the air, the 115. You should check that's the 21 of Kevin Morin. Tobias Bryce also involved. No caution flag. We stay green. Little hip check there by Wheeler. Hanging on for 3rd. Gets his way past Bud Molyneux there, Dean.
Yeah, Kelly's found a lot of speed here in the last couple of months, and especially in the 358s, he really enjoys running them, and you can't never count them out. I'm also watching the guys in the back are going at it, and I'm watching Logan Wentz trying to get his way through that field, and that's been a lot of action back there too.
Logan started 13th, currently running 9th. Bixler up 3 after starting in the 11th position. Club still with that final spot. Ty Dickinson, though, has reeled him in on board with the 67. And Dean, you know this car really well from Sunday nights in Regal Series.
Yes. Ty, don't let Ty kid you. He runs the dirt fine, and he's a good runner. He dabs and sprints. He does modifies a lot, and he's trying to get 3 wide here underneath Harold and Butters.
Trying to avoid that contact, too. Klump now looking for the insurance spot here on Butterfield. Robert, what is it going to take for Dickinson to get past the 2?
He's just got to be patient. I think Klump and Butterfield are racing each other so hard here that contact is definitely going to come into play at some point. Butterfield pinching down a little bit. Klump not afraid to throw it in there. He wants that spot, and he's going to do whatever he can to take it. So for Dickinson, just wait a couple of seconds. These guys are going to give you the opportunity to maybe slide by up on the high side, and we're getting to the point where the high side does come into play, and you see there Dickinson going high.
This is from our aerial cam, the 3-way race for 5th. This is the best battle on track right now. See a couple of sends there. Dickinson going to turn number 1, had to catch it. Let's go back up near the front. Molyneux trying to grab 3rd back from Kelly Wheeler. Nice run from Bud in that Phantom 883. Been trying to improve a lot driving these modified setups here, Zach, and that car's come to life in P4 looking for that spot in.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, significantly, he's got himself in comfortably here. Obviously doesn't want to caution to shake things up, but I'll tell you somebody who does want one, Logan Wentz, because he just put another one under the belt, just threw a slider on the mare. Steve Bixler, he is quick, but he's got a ways to go.
Well, Dickinson,
he's playing for that yellow. Him and Ty.
Dickinson, the first one out. You look at the last 5 laps and how the comparison looks in seconds. Stayed a little bit the same, around 2 seconds or so. But Wentz, when he gets clean air, that car is coming to life. Let's check the lap times here at the line.
I want to give him his due here. We highlighted Anthony 3.5-second win. Well, we're not even close to done yet. Brewer's up the road 4 seconds. By golly.
And he's working on lap traffic. Already put a lap on more and now working to bias in that number 12. Back to third. Molyneux around the outside of Kelly Wheeler, taking the spot away. Great pass for the 883.
Yeah, these guys have had a really tight battle over this last handful of laps. They've been side by side. Now going to go to single file, but Kelly Wheeler has not been afraid to experiment with the lanes here so far. 6 to go, coming to 5. We'll see if Wheeler opts to maybe go up to the high side, kiss the wall a little bit, try to get that bite and work his way around that Bud Molyneux machine. And Bud himself has done a really nice job of making that car extra wide, holding on to that third spot, not willing to give it up just yet.
Clump still with company for the final spot in the show. How bad does Dickinson want it with 5 laps remaining here? This is the battle everyone is watching closely. Who gets in and who starts on pole in B main number 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, Ty Dickinson's biggest fan right now is Logan Wentz. He wants him to go up there and drive hard. He needs to see those guys start to mix it up here. We're running out of time.
On board that 67. Harold, whatever you do, do not look out that rearview mirror. 3 laps go. Oh, Clump caught the Jersey barrier. Up the hill he goes. Dickinson takes 6th.
Oh. I've been there. You know what you say when you do that? Never mind, I can't.
A 4-letter word, and it is not a good one.
A few of them.
Yes. Clump, though, trying to rebound. It's not over yet. We'll see 2 sticks of the year this time by for 2 laps to go. Trying a higher line, but I think the high side's gone away, guys.
Yeah, especially in 1 and 2. It just looks nasty up there. I mean, the bumps up there are treacherous going into 1. So, and Dino had highlighted us with that driver knowledge, so much grip on the bottom out of 4. But I think that's where you got to be with, I think you got the white flag in the air here, boys.
Already? Wow, Brewer making his way through turns number 3 and 4. The most dominant heat win of the night so far without a question. Brew Crew's going to be happy as Brewer wins heat 1. Then you got to go all the way back for Brandon Dittmer, who finishes 2nd and makes his way in. He'll be happy over that. Dittmer takes the checkers there. Molyneux 3rd, Wheeler 4th, Butterfield 5th. He's in the show. And Dickinson 6th behind them. Clump 7th, Wentz 8th, Bixler 9th, Sinacker 10th, Brace 11th, Tobias 12th, and Morin in 13th.
Wow. What a heat race there, guys. That was absolutely insane by Brewer, pulling away by 5.5 seconds over Brandon Dittmer, and then all the battles, Molyneux, Wheeler, Dickinson, Clump. These guys put on a show, and this is just the heat races. This is only day 1.
Yeah, I hope Harold doesn't have a cat because he's probably going to kick it. You got to. That's part of racing, though. I mean, 2 great guys, Ty and Harold. 2 respectful guys you always want to see have a good time, and just one mistake though, and that's what it takes for an event like this.
Give credit though for the strong drive for Logan Wentz from 13th and finishing 8th, but unfortunately did not get the yellow he needed. So we will step aside and go to break again. When we come back, we're hoping for big block heat number 1, and hopefully we'll get a word with Mike Brewer in just a moment on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Stay with us. All right, in fact, we're actually going to cut away from commercial break. We actually have Brewer in with us right now, so let's talk with the man of the number 390. Mike, man, dominant car of the night so far without question.
I tell you what, this is my favorite track, man, and just run that bottom. Oh, I love it. There's nothing like it.
Well, it's your most favorite track of them all. You got to start from 9th. What's it going to take to get up 8 spots and maybe try and win this Thursday?
Patience, conserve. You know, just hold my own for I don't know, however many laps it takes, and then put the car to work. Just try to keep the nose clean and keep pace with the front of the pack, and then see if I could put on a charge there. Long race, so patience is going to be key.
Do you feel like you got a car that's meant for the slick track of Oswego?
I think so. I think we'll have a shot at it, you know.
Who do you want to give shout-outs to on the car?
Oh, man. You got to thank all the guys over there at Full Throttle Motorsports, over there at DIRTcar, everybody for putting this on. Great event. Glad to see all these guys coming out here. All you guys, you three up there in the booth putting this on. I tell you what, it's awesome to watch. So, everybody that had a part of this and put it on, and just glad to be here and being a part of it.
Awesome. Well, great job tonight. Hopefully we'll talk to you later on the big block.
Yep, hopefully. Thank you.
All right, there's Mike Brewer. Heat 3 winner. Step aside once again. Go to break. Stay with us at the Coast to Coast Racing Network. It's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get.
Tonight we talked about it.
outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized, no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive. So having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
We're back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. It is Big Block time. The Beasts of the Northeast set to take to Oswego here. These guys will go for 100 laps on Thursday night. First of 3 heats are moments away from taking place. Marty Scala with you, alongside Robert Hill Jr., Zach Chapman, and Dean Reynolds. Dino doesn't have to worry about racing. He's already in. He just barely got 6th spot. I couldn't believe how close it was in qualifying, Dino.
Yeah, deep it comes before Jay. That's how I got the tiebreaker. Yeah, that was that was a shock. I went out kind of late. I just wanted to I wanted to see how the track developed, and I went up to the top, and luckily there was something there that grabbed, and I went going, and then I didn't even look at the time or anything, and all of a sudden the guys in the Discord said, "Good job, Dean. Good job." I said, "What?" And they go, "You're 6th." I said, "What?" and then the second lap actually felt a little better. But I was only 6/1000ths off. But it's a good feeling knowing you don't have to go through the heats, because the heats are nerve-wracking. Anything can happen, and the last thing you want to do is get in the B mains tomorrow. You just want to know that you can start up front. I mean, there's a pole shuffle I got to do tomorrow, but whether I finish 1st or 6th, it doesn't matter. You're in the 100-lapper, because the 100-lapper is going to be unique, because you got to actually conserve fuel. Because if you actually go all out, you will run out of fuel. So that's going to play a factor into the race as well. So it's just good to be locked in and know you're going to be starting up front.
Any changes, Zach or Robert, that we should maybe expect with this big block coming on in compared to the small block?
Take it, Rob.
Yeah, obviously the difference in the power out here. These guys are going to have a little bit more to work with. Might make those battles a little bit stronger than we've seen in the 358s, and that's saying a lot, because we've had some insane side-by-side, really tight battles, and just looking at the racetrack here so far, these guys are absolutely pushing it to the limit. And this heat race number 1 has got quite a mix of really almost everyone that's been involved in those type battles so far. So this could be a chaotic first heat race for the big blocks.
Absolutely. And again, don't forget here as we get ready to go that all proceeds from this week's Super Dirt Modified Week go towards Honor House, a refuge, a home away from home for members of our Canadian Armed Forces, veterans, emergency services personnel, and their families to stay completely free of charge while they're receiving medical care and treatment in the Metro Vancouver area. These brave individuals, along with their families, sacrifice so much on a daily basis to protect our freedom and everyday way of life. Honor House allows us the opportunity to show them that we care and how much we appreciate all that they do for us. So these
Steph's
are
doing the drivers' meeting right now, Marty.
So these are the times coming out of the practice session where William Watson, quickest, 18.511 for the driver of the 88. And in second was Joseph Grandy, 1875 for the 518. Logan Wentz third, also 1875. Scott Rayom fourth, 1883. And Rick Main in fifth, an 1885.
Yeah, I mean, you see there, not a whole lot, but 2/10 quicker. I mean, William, when he gets it together, he is one of the best. So he can channel it. I wouldn't be surprised seeing him go from third to first.
How long you been racing with William Shaggy? You said you go way back, don't you?
Yeah, he was my teammate actually when I first joined Coast to Coast. I want to say like 4 or 5 years ago. We were teammates in SSR. William is awesome, and he knows a lot about setting up the car too. So don't let him hide that.
Alrighty, let's do it for heat race number 1. Here's the starting lineup. Dean, give us the front row.
Oh, the front row, we got 100 grand Joseph Grandy, and I tell you, when you start him on the front row, it's sometimes that's not the best thing for the competitors. He could check out, and then Scotty Rayom is having a real good night, and coming off a real good night last night, Marty boy. He got to talk to you a lot, and that was really cool. So we got a good front row right here with Grandy and Rayom.
On row number 2, starting third, they call him Bart. Willie Watson in the FTM number 88. Next to him, Kelly Wheeler in the 11. Row 3, Rob.
Starting in the 5th spot, Clay Christofferson in car number 51 into his outside. Out of Canada, it's Alex Pomerleau.
We got the 93 of Butters, Jason Butterfield to the inside of row 4, to the outside of the 513, the Brewerton Beast, Jeff Barker.
Is it Michael again?
Yes.
Yes. Hey, I'm kidding. Starting in row 5. Yeah, row 5. I tell you, Ricky Main, boy, he's a hell of a sprint car driver, as you know, but good to see him come in with the modifieds and also with the Hinkle Homes sponsorship as well. Ricky's going to go off from spot 9, and Harold Klump, he's got to settle down now after that last heat and get his mind focused and start 10th here and get in the top 6 in the big blocks.
The 6th row brings us Logan Wentz, the FTM 18. Next to him, Ted York, the 09. Final car on the grid, the mayor, Steve Bixler, driving the 75. Winner tonight of this heat race starts from 7th in the 100-lap feature on Thursday night. Grandy and Rayom set to bring us the green off for turn number 4. Barney's got the green flag in hand. Heat 1, here we go, at Oswego. No yaw from Grandy to turn 1, but hangs on to the race lead for right now. Rayom challenging off the corner in a drag race. Grandy barely able to clear. Here comes Watson looking for a second. 3 FTM guys in the battle for P2. While we got a smorgasbord from 5th on back. Big battle across the line, nearly 3 wide as Rayom leads lap number 1. Watson hanging on to it. Got a bumper. Butterfield stacked up. And the wall goes Logan Wentz in the 118.
Now Logan Wentz is going to be praying for that caution flag. It's going to take him a couple laps to catch the field, but boy, is it heating up front. Grandy got it back. Battling for P2, looking putt downstairs.
Caution flag waves. And there is the mayor indeed, Steve Bixler. First caution of the night flies. Here for the big blocks. Ooh, I don't know if there was...
Yeah, go ahead, Marty.
I don't know if there was contact from Harold Klump or not. I don't know, but looked like from there the wings just about overcooked going into the corner.
For a lack of a better term, those first 2 laps, there was a lot of stuff going on.
Stuff indeed. Absolutely.
Yep, you can tell from there was contact, and I think who lost the tire? Was that Logan Wentz?
Yes, it was. It ended up against the front stretch wall, and that thing took a ride.
Well, this is the yellow that Logan needs.
Absolutely. Go in there, get a quick repair, get back on the track. We'll restart in 12th. Yep. Do have one on board, by the way, here in this heat race. It is Rick Main in the number 187. There's Rick, and look at those sleeves. Dang. He's got some pretty good artwork on them.
What did Scotty Rayom say? Or somebody said in our Discord, he looks like the lead singer of Five Finger Death Punch.
Yeah, take him off, man. He's making us look bad. What are you doing, dude?
Those are some expensive arms right there, man.
Yes. Alrighty.
At my age, at 36, I should get sleeves. Do a little ink.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate.
When you come up here, Dean, we'll hook you up with a tattoo appointment.
Only if Buddy is included in the sleeve.
Well, Megan's got, I don't know, 117 tattoos or something. Maybe I should get one.
I hate needles, so you won't see me ever get a tattoo. And ironically, I had to go to the lab and get my blood drawn today. So
Marty was a little shaken up.
Yeah, but he's like a hockey player. He got stitched up and he's back out on the ice.
you betcha. All right, Grandy, Rayome, Christofferson, Watson, Wheeler, and Butterfield, your top 6 as we come back to green for Big Block Heat 1. Ooh, check up at the back with Rick Main. As they thunder into the center of 1 and 2. Butters, Club, Barker, a little bit of touching going on in the corner. Everybody hanging on for right now. Watson challenging Wheeler for the 4th spot. As Grandy continues to lead.
Dino, did you see Clay channel his inner you, man? 3rd to 2nd on that restart, and he is coming for the lead.
Yeah, Clay, he likes his big blocks. And, you know, I mentioned Clay's one of the favorites to win in both of these divisions. He loves this place. He, in another league that we had, he won it by going away. It looked like Milano and Brewer winning their heats. He did that to us in the feature.
A lot of hip checking going on while everybody's keeping her straight. Rayome looking at Watson. Sideways goes the 4. Hangs on to it. And that may cost him a spot here to Alex Pablo, 397. Looking for 5th here. Look at Butterfield. Just got out of a top 6 spot. He wants it back on the 397, Robert.
Yeah, it's one heck of a chain of cars here behind Kelly Wheeler and William Watson as they're side by side battling it out for position number 3. Scott Rayome right there. He's trying to get up into that fight. Like you mentioned, Alex Pomerleau taking a look to the high side, and side by side behind him is Jason Butterfield and Rick Main as they're duking it out for 7th and 8th as Butterfield goes up top with Pomerleau nearly 3 wide down the backstretch.
Look at Main on board as he is cranking that baby left. Hanging on to it. A lot of contact there, I think, with Pomerleau. Hanging on, but still stuck. Oh, look out. Big crash. Pomerleau goes around for 6. Collects wets. Everybody piling in the big one in turn 1.
Yeah, no caution flag yet, boys. No caution flag just yet. We're still racing.
Is this...
We're going to stay green. Everyone's moving
and
again.
Bixler's got a problem. Front end gone off the 75. So Rick Main says thank you very much. He's up 2 spots into 6. Clumped the first one out in 7th. But I'm very surprised. No, and now we get the yellow flag, which took a lap too long, and it's for Butterfield.
Guys, and during that chaos, we had a change for the lead as well. Clay Christofferson was able to get by on the inside and get by Joseph Grandy for the top spot.
Great point there. Let's show you that pass for the lead. We'll go on to replay. 51 car. Ooh, Grandy went a little bit up the hill. Just good bite from Putt off for turn 2. I believe that is the first lead change we have had in a heat race all night long.
I think you're right, Marty. It's been pretty dominant from the pole sitters.
So here's a look. Really hard racing going on for this 6th spot. Yeah, Pablo and Butterfield just fight for the same piece of real estate.
Yeah, I just watched that myself.
What do we say there, Dino? That's what I was going to ask you. What's the line there?
Butters should have just lived for another day. I mean, you know, Pomerleau didn't do anything wrong, and if he just backed out of it a little bit, he'd still be going.
York, the sun got in his eyes as well and couldn't even see a dang thing.
Oh, there goes his tire.
Yep. Here's Pablo.
Alex had no idea that this was going on right
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. Without question.
No, yeah, that's killer. I mean, he's one of those guys I really don't think he has a mirror on. And, I mean, you don't see anything. You don't hear anything at that point. That's tough.
And then this is the cause for the Butterfield yellow. His steering pretty much was gone. But I am very surprised iRacing did not throw a yellow. I guess whoever is the race director, not in person, but up in that virtual tower is on something. I don't know what it is.
Well, let's keep an eye on Kelly Wheeler here. He's been bad fast. Inside road 2. Let's see if he gets a good jump.
Butterfield, let's see, Christopherson, Grandy, Watson, Wheeler, Main, and Rayome, your top 6. We are halfway home here in our big block heat. We're back to green. Christopherson immediately clearing on Joseph Grandy. Watson hanging on for third on the 110. But Wheeler digging deep. Main now, by the way, up to 5th on that restart. Rayome, the last car in. And I bet you with Harold Klump, after coming oh so close to making it in after hitting the Jersey barrier in his heat race, I bet you he's a little frustrated. He wants a spot back, but Pablo looking for more. He's not done. He's not out of this fight yet. Oh, Rayome out of the ballpark. Contact with Rick Main.
And Scotty and both Harold are out.
And now Jeff Barker is in the show right now with 8 to go. What in the world is going on?
Yeah, Pomerlo and Barker both able to take advantage of that freak incident right there. Rayome went to the moon. I don't know where the heck he went. He just launched down there. Harold Klump, unfortunately, getting part of that as well. And these guys just able to jump up there. Barker and Pomerlo into 5th and 6th. And ooh, Barker almost into the outside wall right there. But nonetheless, up into one of those transfer spots and out front. Grandy is still trying to get up there. He's working that high lane now. He's been an inside feeder here so far, but working his way up to that top side, seeing what he can do up there.
6 laps to go in, without question, Zach, the wildest heat race of the night so far. Christopherson leading by a half second on Grandy, then a half second back is Watson. Wheeler 4th, Pablo now in 5th in the show after that wreck, and Jeff Barker rounding out the field at the moment.
Oh, a little hiccup there by Grandy going into 1. William wasn't able to get underneath, but all of a sudden now he's got a little life breathed into that 88. And he's got his teammate to work off up behind. I know William likes that top side, but Clay's proven it's dominant down on the bottom. William trying to work it, man. Battle on.
Man, both these cars are driving terrible right now, but man, how hard they have to drive it deep in the corners. They got a handful right now. And those big block modifieds. 3 laps to go here at the line. Watson sliding up. And Grandy still with 2nd position. Meanwhile, Barker takes away 5th from Alex Pablo. And this fight's not over yet here, Dean, for 6th. Rick Main trying to close in, trying to throw everything, but he's run out of time.
And it's good to see Jeff Barker have a qualifying spot right here, because me and him have been talking back and forth all day. He's been on pins and needles to make sure he got the servers up right and got all the drivers in correct, and now he can relax and race a little bit because the hard part's over. And good to see him in qualifying right now.
Look at this. Main is closing on Pomelo. Can he get this to work? Look at the gap. Look at how quick Main is. Using that line. Final lap underway. We're going to watch this race for 6, but he caught the wall. You can't be doing that. Main up on the top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. Can he find a way to catch Pomelo down the back chute? Checkers wave here off in turn 4. Clay Christopherson takes the win. Grandy 2nd, Watson 3rd. Wheeler to finish 4th, Barker 5th, and Main runs out of time as Pamelo's in the show.
I know he's not going to like it, but as Dean highlighted, that P7's important, man. That's going to be start 3rd in the B main. It could have been a lot worse for Main after the way it was looking.
So putt your winner by 3/4 of a second on Joseph Grandy. We'll try to talk with him in just a moment. Scott is saying after he went out of the ballpark, anyone need a hot dog while I'm here?
I watched that deal, and Ricky Main got in the corner there, and he caught up to the car in front of him, so he got on the brakes a little bit, and his car just pushed right across the track, and Scotty already had a run on the outside, and Scotty hopped over his right rear and got neck-coated through the wall, and then as Ricky Main came off the wall, Harold was trying to go underneath, and he just caught the right rear of Harold. Harold went through the wall and neck-coated, so tough break for them, boy. If there was a hard luck award, it would be Harold Klump right now.
Yeah, that's a tough break, that's for sure, so. All right, see if we got Grandy in here. Don't know if he realizes that we were doing the winner only here for the heat races.
I got a feeling Clay, he's a man of few words. He'll probably say, go ahead and talk to Joseph.
We'll give him maybe about 30 seconds here or so. Heat 2 for the big blocks coming up next. try and see if we can get a word here with Clay. If not, we'll go with 100 grand. All right, I think we'll just go with Joseph Grandy here. Robert, we'll let you take this one for the Heat 1 win. Oh, nope. Well, actually, we got everybody. So, yeah, Robert, we'll let you take Grandy.
Oh, we got all of them.
Yeah, Joseph coming up just a bit short there. Clay Christopherson able to get by in, grab that Heat win here in the big blocks. But what did you learn, and what could you have done differently to get up there and snag that top spot?
To be honest with you, I wasn't really worried about it. I just wanted to transfer in, stay clean, and not get too close to anybody and mess up.
Looking ahead to the big show coming up on Thursday, what lessons did you learn here tonight that you can transfer over to that big race?
Nothing really. It's going to be a 100-lap race, and it's going to probably be super slick and buckle down. It's got to be patient, watch your tires, and watch your fuel.
Well, Joseph, before we let you go here, any shout-out sponsors you want to thank here?
All the guys at Inferno, Catalytic Recovery, West End Tone Repair, Hinkle Homes, D&T Designs, A&J Custom Creations, my girlfriend Olivia, all the guys at Coast to Coast for putting this event on, and you guys for doing the broadcast.
Hey, Hinkle Holmes is getting on a lot of cars. Good for Ricky.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Congratulations.
I thought he was going to transfer his way in, but, stuff happens.
Yeah, he's going to have a good starting spot in the B main tomorrow, though.
Yeah, hopefully things work out. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joseph. Joseph Grandy finishing second. Let's go to Clay Christopherson, putt the winner here in Heat 1. Zach, we'll let you take this.
Long time no speak, brother. How we feeling? That was a little closer than all the other heat races, but you're the first guy, I don't know if you knew this tonight, to make a pass to the lead there in the heat, so you got to be feeling good.
Yeah, everyone was top, and the bottom was consistent. I think the top was faster, but the bottom was more consistent. I went up to the top after, and yeah, she was pretty bumpy.
Yeah, William's sitting there in third. Obviously, you got Grandy there, P2, for most of it. Is there any talk? Was William yelling at you, hey, man, get up here, try this high side, it's pretty quick, or were you stuck on that bottom? We call you putt-putt for a reason. I know you like it.
Yeah, I was running the bottom to be consistent. I saw the gap being about the same, and then, I'd give it a little more if it got closer, and I was kind of setting pace and just kind of saving the car in case I needed it for something. The bottom was the perfect place to be consistent in doing so. So, yeah, I was more comfortable down there or middle even when I was doing a little bit of a cut down, and yeah, it worked.
Obviously, man, you said patience. Coming into Thursday, 100 laps, going to be starting 7th. I know you got to save that right rear tire, but is there a certain maybe position you're worried about, like when you're conserving, you don't want to fall out of that top 10, maybe top 15, or are you just going to play it while you go?
I usually play it as I go. If there's not a lot of cautions, I'll usually stay in kind of mid-pack, but if there's a lot of cautions or consistent cautions, I could be in last place until lap 85, and I'll be just fine.
Well, hey, man, you look...
Seen that.
No kidding. But, hey, man, you look really good tonight, and we're looking forward to see what you can do Thursday. Congratulations, brother. Before we kick you out of here, you know the drill, man. Who you want to thank?
You guys for putting this on. It's probably one of my favorite tracks, and get to run it all week is pretty cool. And all the guys at FTM and Swan Speed Shop for 358 and Big Block sets.
Hey, man, congratulations. Good luck here the rest of the way, brother.
Thank you, sir.
And we got to get ready for heat race number 2, so we'll step aside. Coming up next, Big Block Heat 2 on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. All right. it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Kiss on the champion. Trying to be a bit of a hiatus, so let's get...
Tonight we'll be talking about it.
Outpouring of love was amazing. These dollars had come together to support us, and we realized no, we didn't want to use them for us. We wanted to use them to help others.
The foundation has done so much for so many people. It helps any family that has somebody, whether it be a crew member or one of the drivers, that get hurt. We can help them to get through the situation.
I was injured in a non-wing sprint car accident that broke my neck and left me with a spinal cord injury. I was in the hospital 8 months, and that got really, really expensive, so having that extra help to help push me and my family forward was a big deal.
I was involved in a pretty gnarly sprint car crash. Found out my brain was swelling and bleeding. Pelvic bone was broken. I had 2 cracked vertebrae on my back, and I was in the ICU a little over a week. The Steve King Foundation reached out to my parents. We received a donation from them. Immediately, they started me on what's called neurofeedback, and insurance did not cover the neurofeedback appointments. So we received another donation from the Steve King Foundation. It really helped a lot, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Steve King Foundation for everything that they have done for me. This last Sunday, I got to turn laps in my modified here. That was my first laps back in a race car since the accident, and I truly believe that if it wasn't for the Steve King Foundation, I wouldn't be able to do that or be where I'm at today.
Yes, Steve's death is the reason the foundation exists, but it's Steve's life, and it's the lives of racers everywhere, is the reason we're able to do the work we do.
Heat 2, getting ready to go here. 4-hour big blocks. We are looking forward to a fun heat coming on up here. Sounds like we have some drivers that we're just waiting to get in, but maybe having some issues here. So give us a chance to take a look at chat, see what you guys are saying. A Florida man says, don't tell him the concessions are in turns 1 and 2 of the infield under the main stands. And he worked the first ever Super Dirt Week at Oswego as media in 2016. And he says this track here is smooth as a baby's backside. Maine apparently said when he had the issue with Rayome, its middle monitor went black.
Yikes.
That's a tough break. Tyler Dickinson, a big Kelly Wheeler fan. Giroux says Clay on a mission. I'm surprised Giroux's still awake at this point.
Here comes our last competitor.
Oh, and the Florida man agrees with me too, 100%. We need the super mods for Oswego and iRacing. Yes. How do we have Oswego Speedway and not have their main car, the super mods? I mean, come on. Now, here's a good comparison to a super mod. I've tested an Indy car out, the road Indy car out here at Oswego, and it's got similar lap times. So there's your close comparison. That's fun to drive at Oswego, the Indy car. Only issue is gotta shift gears. So let's see here. Where else are we talking about? Scott still thinks Trevor's quick because of the maple syrup on the tires, apparently. Somehow the brew crew is still here. Yeah. That is what I'm hearing.
Any more comments from Megan? Been awfully quiet. She's probably napping now or something.
Megan said something about 13 LOL. I don't know what she is referring to. Oh, yeah, the tattoos.
Then, yeah. So I was close, 116, 13. It's close.
Yeah, you weren't that far off.
No. Divide by 2, carry 3.
Divide by 2, carry with a 3.
Something like that.
Yeah.
All right, drivers are in the meeting right now, so gives us a chance to show you the practice times here for Heat 2. If you missed it, by the way, earlier on tonight, we have door prizes, too, for the drivers. We'll be awarding those later on this week. Want to give big shouts to them, too. Vertex Graphics for a free wrap. Brewerton and Fulton Speedway, each giving away 4 admission tickets to an event. Dino's hooking up someone with a Super Dirt Week prize pack. Just Racing Design, Grand Slam Graphics, and Finish Line Race Designs, each with a free wrap. And Regal Promotions Esports with a free entry to any of their events. Some other cool bonuses. $15 hard charger in the features thanks to Just Racing Boys Designs. And a halfway bonus thanks to the NARC Racing League. See if there's anything else that I am missing. Of course, all the major sponsors you're seeing on the bottom left of your screen. They'll be scrolling along throughout the night. Alrighty. Heat 2 lineup. We are just about set to go with this one for the big blocks. Here's a look at the starting lineup. Zach, we will let you take this one.
Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber, starting on the pole to the outside in the 639, Dylan Kinsey.
Dino?
Actually, I'm going to give this to Robert because he knows this road very well.
Alrighty.
You've probably seen these two cars race live several times.
Alrighty.
Absolutely. Starting on the inside of row number 2 out of Carleton Place, Ontario, driving the number 17, it's Shane Billings. And to his outside out of Alexandria, Ontario, driving car number 23, it's Joey Lattiser.
Alright, Dino, it's all you.
Now row 3, we got Earl Jackson on the inside. Don't know too much about Earl, but it's good to see him join us with Super Dirt Week here. And then a good friend of ours, and good to see him back at Coast to Coast after several years, Justin Sick, starting in 6th.
Row number 4, you've got the General Andy Patton in the 87. Next to him, the 67, that's Ty Dickinson.
The 26 of Chase Matsko to the inside of row 5, to the outside, the 74 of Peter Price.
Row number 6, starting 11th, driving the 014 machine for Icon Sim Sports, it's G.J. Boydell. And to his outside in the 17, it's Derek Anderson.
And we call him Papa Dukes, starting 13th, the father of Anthony Morano, John Morano.
Alrighty. Second heat race set to go down. 20 laps. Top 6 are in the Big Daddy. Everyone else will go to the B main. Well, Barber and Kinsey, this is a Canada-America battle here, as it's nearly half and half. Green flag is out. Here we go. Good start here for Barber. One driver sideways up on the wall as well. Ty Dickinson, a driver who looked like he was going to have a very good chance of making the show. And he is stuck up there on the boilerplate. That car is turned around. We may have to go to yellow. Have to see here. Lap 1 led by Barber.
Look at Lattiser on the inside working that 26, man. That was a good pass there through 1 and 2. He is hooked up.
Can tell you, by the way, as well, that Dickinson was able to tow her onto pit road. We stay green. Shane Billings in second. Let's go on board with him.
Now, Shane is running the Billings Family 74, Robert. You probably know a little bit about that with Matt Billings running that, and ironically on the Super DIRTcar series for a couple of years.
Yeah, we see Shane in 2 different cars here tonight. Drove the 17 earlier. Now, like you mentioned, the Billings family number 74 machine. That family has such a lineage in racing. Matt Billings, Denzel Billings, Paul Billings. I think there's even more that I'm forgetting here, but it's so nice to see that next generation of Shane out here. I've seen him in a go-kart. We got trouble way in the back. Looks like Breeze might have been knocked away by the wind.
A lot of contact from Chase Matsko. First caution flag flies on lap 5.
Ooh.
They
Look
were
at
just
Malcolm.
starting to cook there in that battle for P2, too. It was getting nice.
Ooh, Bryce caught the wall in the center of 3 and 4. Around he went, and then bam, caught Matsko. And that throttle hung out of contact because that car did not have any brakes on it.
Well, he's lucky he didn't net code either.
Right on board with the number 26.
Oh, man. He released from the wall at the worst time right there for Matsko. Just a second later, he would have been clear, and that incident probably wouldn't have brought out the yellow flag.
Such a tough break. Those two get a quick repair and back on the track. But the bigger tough break of them all, Ty Dickinson in that 67. Caught the wall in turn number 1. Could not get her straight, and somehow the yellow did not come out for that. And as a result, he wanted to keep the race green out of sportsmanship and respect, so had to tow her on to pit road. While we...
Yeah, I was going to say, Ty's back out on the track. He's 3 laps down, but you just never know. Somebody can net go through the wall, and yeah, if you gain 1 spot, that's 3 spots gaining on the B mains for tomorrow.
Let's give you the schedule for tomorrow, night number 2. And here are how things look for Super Dirt Modified Week tomorrow. We start at 7 o'clock. 358s will go first. B mains number 1 and 2, followed by the pole scramble. Then after that, the big block. Same thing. B main 1 and 2, which are each 20 laps, then have a pole scramble for 10 laps. Shaggy will have the coverage for you here at 7 o'clock on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Unfortunately, I have the night off due to my podcast, and then I got another iRace I got to work. Robert knows. C also works alongside me at Maconi Entertainment. GLR Championship night. All right, quarter of the way through. We're back to green. As Barber selects the bottom. Look at Billings. Timed the restart perfectly. They stay wheel to wheel for the race lead, but Barber may clear off in turn 2. Mixed excitement. Does he have it? No. Billings able to fight back.
It's huge, though, for those Canadians, man. They timed that start perfect because you see the stars and stripes there on the bottom trying to work it. Dillon's just not going to get a chance here.
Final spot in right now. Joey Lotta's lockout. Oh, sick. Hooked up with Earl Jackson, but they broke up immediately after.
Yeah, so there must be a yellow in the back of the field somewhere.
Yeah, I believe it's like John Morano.
John Morano. Man, that got real sketchy right there in the middle of that top 10.
Here's a look at what happened to the man they call, I think, what was it, Dean? You said Big Dukes?
The Papa Dukes.
Papa Dukes.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like it looked like a little racing deal. John got in a little hard there, and Andy was kind of doing a little bit of a cut down, and they met in the middle, and just a racing deal there.
Yeah, just very close racing with the General. And around he went. Oh, also caught Boydell in it.
Yeah, not sure why John towed unless he got stuck in the wall and he couldn't get out of it. That could have been the case. Tough break for Boydell getting involved in that as well. Remember, he made the feature, finishing 6th in the 358s, if not 5th. Was such a great run for him. run by Earl Jackson. We like you mentioned, we don't know too much about him because you know he's new to coast, but looking comfortable there in fourth. Him and Justin got together a little bit, but it's because Earl scrubbed off some speed and Justin didn't know where to go. But you know, see if Earl can put it in the show here.
Remember, Earl was involved in that incident, 358s. Stayed green, unfortunately was not able to make the show. All right. Barber, Billings, Kinsey, Jackson, Sick, Lotta, Sewer still remain your top 6 as we're 7 laps complete here in our 20-lap second heat race of the big blocks tonight. Barber can't hold serve just yet. Billings trying to fight back. This is the best he's been on restart so far tonight. All Canadian front row, they remain 2 by 2 off of turn number 4. Leader at the line, Barber clearing Billings.
Yeah, Billings was able to take advantage of that high line coming in. Looks like a slight issue towards the rear, but everyone going to be A-OK. Billings trying to use that high lane where there's a little bit more grip right now, but just behind him, we got to watch this battle as well. Earl Jackson up on the high side, Dylan Kinsey on the bottom, side by side down the front stretch.
Andy Patton into the wall, no harm, no foul. He jumps to the pits, we stay green. Lotta Sewer with a nice gap on Chase Matsko. In fact, that's at around 0.2 of a second. But looking at that race for third, Kinsey testing the bottom here on Jackson. The 639 slides up. Jackson now up to third spot, Zach.
Yeah, Earl's been looking quick. Earlier when I said, I can't even say it, terrible his last name there.
His name is Earl.
No, but I said earlier the 23 hooking up on the bottom. I meant to correct myself. It was that 26. He has been, I mean, like Morano says, if you can trail break here, boy, you look good. I mean, there he overdrove the center a little bit, but he is picking up so much time there on the corner entry. That 26 is good.
Boydell recovering. He is up to 7th. Next target would be Joey Lotta Sewer, who's up by 0.7 of a second for that final transfer spot. Meanwhile, everyone, different lines, but still not really a lot of changes at the moment. It's still Barber by 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, Mr. Excitement's had a really strong night here tonight, dominating this heat race here so far by about a half second over Shane Billings. Billings still experimenting as Earl Jackson absolutely sends it. Nearly puts himself into the outside wall. Oh my gosh. I don't think he lifted whatsoever, guys.
Wow, he was shot out of a cannon, though. I mean, he was right up to the tail tank by the time he got to the end of the backstretch. I don't know if he meant to do that there, Rob, but I think he may have just found something. Let's see if he does it again.
And Jackson may actually try to follow suit.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looked like an and that turned into, hey, look what I found. But better watch it in 3 and 4, though, because that net code of 3 and 4 has been fighting a few guys, and I think you just want to get in the show and worry about everything tomorrow on Thursday.
5 laps to go. Justin Sick now moves up to 4th. He found his way past Dylan Kinsey last time by. Billings trying a different lane compared to Barber. Let's go back on board with him.
Yeah, Shane kind of moving around the racetrack here, Marty, trying to find any bit of grip that he can get, somewhere where he can find a little advantage over Mr. Excitement, Matt Barber. He had a little bit of a gap not too long ago. Now it's stretching back out again. 6, now 0.7 of a second as Billings about to be battling side by side again.
Oh, Jackson!
Jackson.
That was a close call. That could have been a shot where he could have been on 2 wheels. Let's go to 6th here.
This easy assignment, staying easy.
Going back to 6th, Lotta Sewer. Boydell's closed the gap here. Final spot in the show on the line with 2 laps to go. This could get interesting, Zach.
I told you guys in the break, Greg always snookers his way into 5th or 6th, and I'm telling you, watch out. He's still got time. Not going to be easy, but if anybody can do it, the Iron Man can as the white flag flies for Mr. Excitement.
Boydell drives it in deep. Final lap underway here in Heat 2 for the big blocks. Barber with a 1.2 second lead on Shane Billings, who has to race Earl Jackson for second. But Mr. Excitement won his heat in the 358. Now going to win his heat in the big blocks. Out for turn 4. Barber wins Heat 2. Billings second, Jackson third, Ford sixth, fifth is Kinsey, and Lotta Sewer beats out Boydell for sixth. Matt's going 8th, Bryson 9th, Anderson 10th, John Morano 11th, and Dickinson in 12th with Pat in 13th.
Congratulations, Rob. We lost that one.
Yeah, oh, Canada, eh? Right there. Let's go. Mr. Excitement becomes Mr. Double W here tonight, picking up both heat race victories. And that's setting himself up nicely for a strong evening on Thursday.
2 number 2s in his heats.
Yeah.
1.4 second margin of victory for Barber up on Billings as your top 6 will now race in the feature Thursday for 100 laps. But we got one more heat left to go. We got 6 more spots that will be up for grabs here tonight. When we come back, we are taking you to the finish in this one here. It's been a long night, but we're glad you could join us all the way to this one on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Stay with us. Be back in a couple minutes. it's time for another edition of RSN Trackside, powered by Bob Johnson Auto Group on Rock Sports Network. Gets on the champion, trying to be a bit of a
hiatus. So let's get.
Tonight we were talking about it.
Back here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. Well, one final heat race left to go here, and then we can all go to bed happy. Heat race number 3 for the big blocks. Folks, it has been a great night so far of action.
Is that our cue to talk?
I guess so, yes.
No, it has. And, this is, like you said, this is the final heat. Been a lot of laps out today between qualifying, the 2 features, and now the 6 heats. That's 120, 140, and then 2 time trials. 144 laps of competition tonight.
It has been a long one, that's for sure. And tomorrow we'll get to do it once again with a pair of B-mains on each division and then the pole shuffle. You will not want to miss out on all of that. All starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow night, right here on the Coast to Coast Racing Network. And we got to give a big shout out to everyone watching tonight. Wow, I mean, we had, our top was like 75 views at one point. I don't know if we had 80 at one point or whatnot, but I mean, what a night we had of people tuning in. And it's only night 1.
Yes, yeah. That's a lot of people to watch on YouTube for us. That's very good.
Can confirm at 8:23 we had 80 people.
Wow.
Hey, there we go.
Nice. Thank you, everybody.
That is awesome.
How many still hanging on right now?
We got 49 right now.
We're still hanging.
It's telling me 52, and I'm on their YouTube. I'm going with mine.
All right, 52 it is. So, but yeah, it has been a great night. I would love to see us. I really would. I would love to see us hit over 100 Thursday night for features.
I think that'd be kind of cool. We'll make sure the links populate, and then we'll get them out and get those shared. So.
And the car count has definitely helped too, with over 50, maybe 60 drivers on the entry list tonight.
Yeah. And plus, getting me in the booth, as I said before, I'm sure we got a lot of ladies watching.
Absolutely.
Right?
A lot of big Dino fans out there.
Hopefully there's one.
Again, all proceeds here for Super Dirt Modified Week are going towards Honor House, a refuge home away from home for members of our Canadian Armed Forces, veterans, emergency service personnel, and their families that stay free of charge while receiving medical care and treatment in the Metro Vancouver area. These brave individuals, along with their families, sacrifice so much on a daily basis to protect our freedom and our everyday way of life. Honor House allows us the opportunity to show them that we care and how much we appreciate all that they do for us.
Be nice to see what the total is once everything gets done, because 57 entries at $15 a pop, and then we had some major sponsors with Ross Carenta and Velocity Designs and Flieger Farm TV and Hinkle Homes with Ricky Main, and then a couple other sponsors there donating some prizes and such. But with everything, I think we're going to be over $1,000 easy.
Are we happening to do a public check like we've done for Knoxville in the past? I don't know if we got anyone living up near the Vancouver, BC area.
I wouldn't mind going there because I've never been to the West Coast. Yeah, maybe
that's a good excuse.
Yeah,
there we go.
I've gone far away for less.
Yeah, well, I noticed now. Obviously, not a super deal, but do we think it's past the Bears' bedtime? No Steve Dixler.
It is pretty late, Zach.
Yeah, we call him the mayor for a reason. He's a busy man. What is the town in Iowa? Does anybody remember?
Clarence.
Clarence, that's right.
So, that's home of Blake Chapman, too.
Boss around.
Well, he's probably going to spot for Blake right here in this race.
So as we get ready to go, let's lose my headset here. I'll show you practice times here at the moment with Anthony Morano the quickest and 18.496. Morano's had a great night so far tonight. That is followed up by Mike Brewer at a 18.6. Blake Chapman third, 18.63. Bud Molyneux fourth, 18.66. And Dylan Slitter in fifth at 18.67. That's John DeBias you're watching in the number 21. Now there's Rylan Banks in the 76.
The young Jew.
Well, I was going to say an interesting note about John DeBias is Adam Flieger with his sponsorship got a free entry into the event, but he couldn't make it, and he decided to give it to John DeBias, and John was very grateful for that. John wasn't going to run the event because John's kind of new to iRacing, and he didn't feel like maybe he wanted to be part of it, but we said nope, we want you to be part of it. So thanks to Adam Flieger for that.
That is awesome. GJ says, I lived a mile from Alaska for 2 years, used to walk across the border all the time.
No kidding.
That's pretty cool. Justin, definitely enjoying the production work tonight. Appreciate that, sir.
Good to see the J Train out here.
Absolutely.
No, it's good to see some people back. I mean, Zach, where did Zach go? Zach must have. But Peter Breeze used to have been a long-time coast-to-coast guy way back when. Peter used to run a lot of modifieds and sprint car stuff in coast. When I joined Coast to Coast, Peter was one of the top runners back then.
Nice.
I don't know if you remember Peter Breeze way back when.
I think I do. Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, I want to say probably almost 2-3 years ago, but yeah, he was he would race a lot.
Lansing right now, 8 quick.
We don't have to stink it up here too much, Dean, but you know the top dogs here. Who's going to come out on top out of your teammates? Is it going to be Brewer or is it going to be Morano?
Well, I never sleep on Blake Chapman, though. I mean, he says he's a sprint car guy only, but if you saw the past top threes in this event, Blake Chapman's name was on one of the top threes. So, Blake is an iRacer. Do you think Anthony and Brewer are the favorites? Yes, but don't sleep on Blake.
Never sleep on the salesman.
Oh, it's in his contract to tell us about popcorn once a night, so he's running out of time. He's got to get up here.
And then what about the big surprise 2 weeks ago of Brandon Dittmer picking up the big block win?
Yeah.
On Thursday Night Thunder.
That was a pretty good one. All right, just waiting for the checkers to come out. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final heat of the night. We appreciate you staying up late with us and spending your Tuesday night with us. Let's meet the field here for our final heat race this evening and give you your starting lineup. On the pole, we've got the salesman, Blake Chapman, in the 22 is outside. Dylan Slitter in the 71. Rob?
Row number 2 for Venom Racing, driving the number 9 machine, it's Brian Lawson. And he is outside in the 023, it's Justin Lansing.
Oh, actually, hang on a second.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think we're looking at the wrong one, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know. I don't know what is going on there. That's very strange. All right.
What are you guys reading?
Brewer and Banks, row 1. Rob, go again. Take 2.
Let's try it again. Row number 2.
We got to tell these guys what to do here.
Let me get the right order here, buddy. Let me get the right order going here. Bud Molyneux in the 883 into his outside. He dominated earlier today. The 32 of Anthony Morano.
Zach?
I got my long-lost cousin on the inside of row 3, Blake Chapman, and on the outside, swinging high, is the 83 of the Spider Monkey, Brandon Dittmer.
And then in row 4, we got Brian Lawson, the veteran. Brian likes the big blocks a little bit more in 358, so it'll be interesting to see how he runs this. And then good to have him join us from the Murder Racing League, Dylan Slitter.
Rounding out the top 10, John DeBias, the 21, Justin Lansing in the 023.
Row number 6 out of Drummondville, Quebec, driving the number 11, it's Kevin Moran. Into his outside in car 41 out of Ohio, Pat Boyce rounds out the field.
And this is it, boys. Final 6. Who's it going to be? You don't want to be that odd man out.
It's been a long one tonight, boys, that's for sure. And we hope it goes out with the bang.
USA.
Oh, man. Oh, we got some good Canadians in here, man. The young hot shoe up there towards the front, Ryland Banks. I got my eyes on him.
Brandon Dittmer has an onboard cam. We'll be riding on board with him from time to time here throughout this heat race. Final time tonight off for turn number 4. They come to Barney. We're ready to get it on here. Green flag waits for heat 3. Brewer gets away strong here. Molyneux racing with Murano for third. 32 maybe considering thread the needle here for second. No. Banks just in front of him as they make their way through turns number 3 and 4. Lap 1 led by the Brewer crew without question. Banks second, Murano third, Molyneux fourth, and Dittmer and Chapman, guys. Big crash, one out inside and upside down. That is the bias of the 21 turtled. He's got no question but to tow that. He's going to have to race in the B main. Marin and Boyce also involved, and I think same for Lansing, but we stay under the green flag.
Well, they're 3 wide there for fourth. We'll check it out. Blake's having to crack that throttle, but man, oh man, they're using every inch going down the backstretch.
Dittmer up top, Molyneux in the sandwich, and the salesman in his patented bottom line maneuver. Right now has the final spot, and look at this, 4 wide, may not end right. Chapman with a little hip check to Molyneux, everybody hung on to it. And look at Brian Lawson, oh, Dittmer goes around and collects Molyneux on back.
Caution flag.
You knew it was too good to be true there, boys. 4 wide, it just wasn't going to work.
Lawson racing for 7th, Molyneux also involved. What a stack up that was.
Yeah, I legit have goosebumps. 4 wide through 1 and 2. That was unbelievable. Like Rob said, we knew how that story was going to end there.
Dean, has that happened under green flag in real life?
Yeah, every now and then it can. So, I tell you what a break for Brandon Dittmer. It looked like Bud got in a little hot there and got into his left rear, and he was going to spin around. But then he got hit and got straightened out, and the yellow came up, and he got a stop back.
Molyneux catches Dittmer here. And there's lots of nowhere going. What is the thank he Dittmer's got to give Brian Lawson a Christmas card later this year. Right on board with the A83. Watch as he gets it a little too deep there into the 83. And there he goes.
It's only lap number 4.
This is
These
wild.
guys are racing so hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes you want to say, guys, there is 20 laps.
Yes. Look at Dittmer. Yeah, look at Dittmer on board. He just shook it off like no big deal.
Yeah.
And Dino wanted to lie to us. I told you the 2 to watch. He tried to fool us. I know Blake's good, but looky who's in P2 already.
Well, Blake did what we always said on that 4 wide. He was on the bottom, and he knew that we were going to come down and pinch him a little bit coming off 2, and you saw him get out of the gas. And you saw kind of what happened going into 3, so it was a smart move.
Let's remember, too, Murano's car normally comes in late. But we have like a 30-lap feature, for example, on a normal coast-to-coast night. We're going 20 here in the heat race. Back to green, Brewer brings us down. Should tell you, too, the man that took advantage of that, the guy in 6th, Dylan Slitter. Justin Lansing underneath for that final spot in. Here comes
the hot shoe. Look at him on the inside. Anthony got to the back of Brewer through 1 and 2. He really had to check up, and Ryland trying to take advantage, getting finishing.
Banks, though, loses out to 2nd there to the 32 of Murano. If Banks gets some bite off the corner, no, he cannot. They're still, though, drag racing into the corner. Now look at Dittmer around the outside after that spin. Suffered some left rear quarter panel damage. However, 3rd spot is his.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed by the run here by Dittmer, recovering from that incident he had earlier on. As we pointed out, he did get saved in that. Could have been a lot worse for him, but now he's up here looking for 2nd, taking a peek to the inside of Anthony Morano. Not quite able to get there that time, but don't count out Brandon Dittmer. I think he's got the pace and the skills to get up here and battle it out for these top spots.
However,
guys, if you look a little further in the back, look at Brian Lawson.
Trying to come back in the 8th position. Can he find his way past Justin Lansing? Oh, hip check there into turn number 3. Lost the yaw there through 3 and 4. Lansing able to crisscross here for 7th. This alone, another payback right there by Lansing. We ain't afraid to get down and dirty. This is allowing Slitter to pull away here. Increase the gap a little bit to a 2nd.
And what we're seeing with Slitter as well is he's actually closing that gap up to Blake Chapman and Ryland Banks, as well as Brandon Dittmer. So it's pretty much a stack up behind these guys. Slitter put himself in a good spot. Banks looks like he got a piece of the outside wall. He's going to fall back now in the battle for the 5th position with Slitter. Slitter going to take a peek to the inside this time. 10 down, 10 to go.
For the lead, Morano.
Yep.
Peeking downstairs on Brewer. FTM 1-2. Let's see what the Magic Ant-Man can do about it. One earlier tonight in 358 competition. Across the line, it's just Brewer edging out Morano by 100, but the 32 clips the Jersey barrier and somehow kept the power down. Oh, he had a lift up there as he went up the hill. Brewer able to clear.
Got the wall again.
Got to be careful there.
That's allowing Dittmer to inch closer. Look at that red 83. He's getting there.
Dittmer, though, with company on his hands, though, from Blake Chapman. Now Morano trying to reel in Brewer once again. We're coming to 7 laps to go. Dittmer sideways again. Off the 20. No fear, though, in that 83. Just loses a spot down to 4th.
Yeah, he immediately fires back, tries to get to the inside of Blake Chapman there. That's not going to help him too much now, as Ryland Banks is going to close that gap back up. They're going to be battling it for the 4th position. And, you know, up front, Anthony Morano's kind of been his own worst enemy here, clipping the inside wall a couple times, now losing a bit of gap, 6/10, almost 7/10 of a second between himself and first place Mike Brewer, as actually the battle's on for the 5th position. Further back, Ryland Banks, Dylan Slitter battling it out here for 5th.
Nice defense by the 76. Will this allow maybe Justin Lansing to close in? He's cut it down by a quarter a little bit with 5 laps to go. Don't know if he's going to have enough time. Go ahead, Zach.
Dino, we talk about it all the time. I mean, right now those guys are sitting 5th and 6th. So, I mean, are you concerned really with going from 6th to 5th? Or do you just want to make sure you get yourself in the show? I think they got to remember what's important here in the closing laps.
Yeah, the goal is to get in the show, of course. I mean, but if the car in front makes a mistake and opens up the door, you do have to take advantage of. But what Dylan's probably doing, he's looking at his relative and or mirror. He just wants to make sure Lansing's not getting too close for comfort, where he might have to press the issue.
Lansing a quicker car, though, in 4 of the last 5 laps. Check that last time by there. Lansing lost some time. Helps out Slitter a little bit. Back to the race for 3rd. Dittmer trying to get that back from Chapman. 2 laps to go with the line, though, for Mike Brewer.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here. Mike Brewer continuing to lead, but Morano trying to close that gap here as they head down the back straightaway. Coming to the white flag this time, half a second separating 1st and 2nd as Brewer slides up. Morano to the bottom, white flag in the air. 1 lap to go in heat race number 3.
Final lap of the night here. It's Mike Brewer out in front, but I think he just clipped the Jersey barrier in turn number 1. Morano may get a chance to close in, but Brewer, no harm, no foul. He's back on the gas and defends on the bottom there through 3 and 4. The Brew Crew hyped up from this time. Oh boy, got a little tight there, but hey, Morano doesn't have enough time. Brewer takes the win in heat 3. Morano 2nd, Chapman 3rd, Dittmer 4th, Banks 5th, and Slitter 6th. Lansing 7th, Molyneux 8th, Boyce 9th, and Morin 10th. Lawson 11th, and Tobias in 12th.
Yeah, Lawson got into the wall coming down, coming off a 2 on the last lap, and that's where he fell down.
Results coming on your screen. We'll get one final word here from Mr. Brewer, and then we will call it a night. Again, appreciate you spending your Tuesday night with us. We will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for B-Mains and Last Chance, B-Mains and the Pole Shuffle. Brewer winning by 0.3 of a second. Biggest mover there was Lansing and Boyce, each up 3 positions. But again, it's the top 6 that are in the show.
There's Brewer.
So that's how they look. Dino, we'll let you take this one to close us off.
There we go. Whoop.
I hit the wrong button. There we go.
There we go. Well, Mike Brewer, we get to talk to you again. Is there a little bit of bragging rights going on over in that Discord with you and Morano, and you get the best of them in this big block race?
A little bit. We didn't talk about it, but he messed up there on the bottom a couple times. He was definitely a lot faster than I was. I just overdriving. I couldn't keep it down on the bottom as good as he could. So fortunate on my part that he bumped the wall there a couple times. If he would have been runner up, so.
But you looked like the top was coming in later, and actually that seemed to be the faster groove. Did it feel like that top was coming in the last 5 laps, and you were glad you were up there anyways?
It did. It felt like off corner exit there that it was a little bit faster.
Now, we ran a 100-lap race, me, you, and a couple other people, so we kind of know what we're going to get into. But that was open set. This is going to be fixed set. We know you're going to have to conserve fuel because we know we can actually run out. You actually ran out coming for the checkered. I couldn't, only made it to lap 98. So that's going to play into the hands of this race. With a fixed setup, though, what do you think is going to be a little bit of a difference?
One, I don't know if we're all sure how these tires are. You know, you're definitely not going to want to go out there and hammer up first 20, 30, halfway. The first, halfway, you're not going to do that. Conserve it, just run the bottom. Just don't lose a ton of transition, but try to keep pace with the guys in front of you, and then, I don't know, lap 45, 55, somewhere there, you might be able to turn the wick up a little.
I was going to say, you're starting 9th. Say somebody in that top 6 or whatever decides to be a rabbit. Do you just let him go?
Oh, definitely. I'll just sit back there and laugh because, come lap 75, 85, they're just going to... So.
I had to ask that question because in the FTM 100, I became that rabbit, guys.
You walked around us on the top side there. I was like, oh man, it was so hard not to follow you, but I was like, I can't.
Yeah, and then when there was just before I ran out of fuel, I was running 6, so we know it didn't work. So I learned a lot there. But good run, Brewer. Second win tonight, and just an overall good. What does it feel like to be in an event like this? We haven't said that to any of the guys, but is it really special to be something this big and this cool?
Especially when it comes to the virtual stuff. A lot of people don't give the recognition that it deserves. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't see it. Be able to be a part of this and come out here and, donate and race for a good cause. It's truly an honor. It really is, and it's a great group of guys, and you guys are doing this together and running it like you do, and you put this together with the real Dirt Week. So to be able to come out here and do it on this sim, it's
a good run, brother, and we'll see you on Thursday.
I appreciate it.
All right, there you go, Mike Brewer taking the win in our final heat race of the night. Boys, we will sign off with...
Hold on.
Buddy time! He's back. We love our little buddy. Get him to drive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
He almost actually turned the wheel to the right without assistance.
Jeez, you're heavy. Heavy. Yeah. Well,
that's our
made
official.
It's been a while.
That's our official mascot of the Coast to Coast Racing League. If my cat was in here, I'd have him in. But yeah, what a night, guys. We'll sign off with final thoughts here. We'll begin with the guest, Robert.
Yeah, it was one heck of a great night here tonight to kick off this fantastic week of activities here in the Coast to Coast Racing League. We saw some dominant performances here tonight. We saw some chaos, some craziness, and I can't wait to see what we have in those B mains tomorrow when those guys know that there's not many spots and they want to be in those to work their way into those A mains on Thursday.
Dean?
Yeah, I mean, Robert just touched it. When you got 50 cars vying for 30 spots, every race is going to be important. So, yeah, we're going to take 6 more cars to get to the grid that makes 30. Then going into Thursday, so those B mains are, you thought the heats had some stress. Those are the ones that really has the stress because you only got one more chance on Thursday to get in. Unless you have a lot of money in your pocket and you want to donate a lot to charity, and then we might add you at the back.
Shaggy?
Well, real quick, actually, before I do mine, Dino, are they 30 laps tomorrow?
No, they're going to be 20.
20? Okay, I wasn't sure about that. So, all right, man, you got to go if you're not up there towards the front. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
And, man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not too sure. I guess, well, Dino, if you're not racing tomorrow, you ain't many B-mains. I might make you tag up here with me tomorrow. That might be fun if I can bug you to do it. I see the look on your face in the golf there, but
Well, I only have to run the very last race, and that's the pole shuffle for the big blocks.
yeah, there you go. So maybe I'll make you stick around. But all in all, tonight was pretty amazing. I think those heats, we can't write them off in the small blocks. The way Anthony and Brewer absolutely just put it on. I know it's going to be a different pace come the 100 laps. They're not going to flex their muscles early, but those are guys who, I mean, you just heard him talk about. They have the discipline when they see someone like Dino drive around the outside, take the lead early. I mean, they'll nurse that car, and they're quick at the end. So good night tonight, but, man, Thursday is going to be wild.
My final thoughts on the night, spectacular racing from the heats. I don't think we've seen anything just yet. We got a long way left to go before we get to championship night with our 75-lap, 358, and 100-lap big block features. But we had some great racing tonight, some close quarters battle here at Oswego. And the B-main and the pole shuffle are going to be very exciting because you're going to see a lot of drivers maybe get desperate to try and either make the show or try and get a really good starting spot, especially in the front row. So with that, we will sign off. Thanks for joining us here on your Tuesday night as the sun starts to set here at Virtual Oswego. On behalf of everyone at the Coast to Coast Racing League, all the fine drivers and sponsors, my broadcast partners here, Dean Reynolds, Robert Hill Jr., and Shaggy Zach Chapman. Don't forget Dean in charge of Super Dirt Week, Marty Scala, saying so long. Thanks for joining us. Zach and Dean and Robert will take you through night number 2 tomorrow night with our B-mains and our pole shuffle. We'll talk to you soon. Till then, so long from the Steel Palace.